Adesola, welcome to In Conversation. It's great to have you back.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to talk to you again.
And I understand you're in New York right now.
Yeah, I'm in a meeting conference in New York. We're talking about sort of embodied research, what that means across different disciplines, particularly across philosophy and dance and teaching.
Well, speaking of teaching, it seems like that's one of the many roles that you embody. I know that you're an artist scholar, a choreographer. You're a published author. You've published work with Intellect, among other publishers. I just wanted to ask you about that, really. Like, what's your current role, and how do you sort of define yourself?
Well, as an artist scholar, and seeing that part of the role of an artist is to also be maybe sharing process, and that's what I'm sort of seeing my teaching as. So I'm an assistant professor at Texas Women's University. I just started there last year, and I'm lucky because I'm teaching across a range from BA, MA, MFA and PhD students. So that's great to be in conversation with people across different focuses, broader focus of the BA and the more succinct focus of a PhD, for instance. And yes, there I'm teaching some ballet in terms of relating to the anthology Reclaiming Ballet, looking at how ballet as a technique can support your your ability to dance for the rest of your life, but also how ballet as a kind of culture within the curriculum can be more supportive to the rest of the curriculum, a little bit dusting out the cobwebs so that it doesn't become a safe haven for more negative experiences or thoughts. So that's quite an exciting thing. I'm calling the classes Joy, Peace and Love Ballet, which is a phrase that my colleague and friend from many years ago at Dance Theatre of Harlem and I both kind of coined over lockdown when we started doing ballet together on a Saturday, on a Sunday during lockdown, Inika Rush and I. And it was really nice to come back together in the history of our moving bodies, as it were. Like I'd be watching the Zoom screen, and because we both trained at the same place, we would do movements together, and I'd almost forget that I wasn't watching my own body. I was watching her body. So that kind of, I don't know, that sort of shared understanding of moving through space was really interesting and nice to share with her. So that kind of love of our friendship is what names the class, the approach to ballet that I have at the moment. And I'm teaching some dance history. I'm really interested in the idea of what dance does to history rather than how we make historicized dance. Like, how does the kind of embodied nowness of dance, what does that say to what history means? How do we kind of live history in our bodies even? And then some other sort of general classes and things that I'm teaching.
Interesting. Well, it must be really nice to reconnect with people that you studied with. And that was when you were back in New York, in Harlem previously, is that correct?
Yeah, many years ago, I came to New York from London and joined the Dance Theatre of Harlem Workshop Ensemble. I think I've spoken to you about it before. It was a sense of escaping, not having any opportunity in London, or rather not having any opportunity, but the opportunity that people could envision for me, not being being a dancer. And Mr. Mitchell being able to provide this space where people could, where he saw in people ballet where the mainstream ballet might not see ballet in that person.
Yeah.
So that's always been a very satisfying story, that I was told to give up dancing, and then Dance Theatre of Harlem were on tour, and I went and did class, and Mr. Mitchell said, "Oh, come to New York." So yeah, but New York's, so it's nice to be back. I'm kind of looking out over your head through the window at all the buildings. It's changed a lot though.
Wow, yeah, it really has, isn't it? I'm also in New York. I'm in Brooklyn, looking at the same buildings but from a different angle, I reckon. But yeah, no, it's changed just in the last few years since I've been living here permanently. It is kind of amazing how those buildings drop off, and how the skyline evolves as quicker than the city seems to even. It sounds like that was a really, really important formative experience, both in terms of your own practice, but in terms of how maybe that's shaped your outlook and your creative output, and also how you've become a leader yourself. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, at the moment, I feel like COVID and lockdown, and there's been a sort of shuffle a little bit of experience. And I feel like from the perspective of leadership, the idea of trauma and how you lead people out of trauma, or give them a sense of authenticity beyond pain, is really important. And that those early experiences of my dance training were traumatic, and now looking back as an adult many years later, it's only been many years later that I'm really able to forgive myself for some of the things that I didn't do because of, the shutdowns that I might have done, opportunities that I didn't grasp at because I felt traumatized or small or belittled by that experience. And I do think that it's almost like revved up at the moment. A lot of young people are, I think, in a situation where lockdown felt like they suddenly realized no one was driving the bus.
Yeah.
Like at my age, you gradually, as you get older and older, sort of suddenly think, oh, I'm the age group that's meant to be running this. But it's like they met it head on, like, oh, nobody really knows what, everyone's guessing. And I think that's quite traumatic if you're 18 or 19 to suddenly realize there's no real pattern here. And it seemed like COVID and lockdown really highlighted that for people. So yeah, it feels like that's a really important place that we're at. We were talking earlier about that in terms of how do we create opportunity or create nurturing space now, at this point in time.
Any ideas? Did anything you'd like to share with us, either your own personal ideas or anything that's been coming up in conversations that you've been having over the last few years about how we can nurture that space?
Well, I'm in a place where I'm trying to avoid coming up with answers.
Yeah, okay.
Like, questioning if things are more about how you're responsive to things and how you're in partnership or sit with things rather than solving them, because it does feel like maybe the experience, if we're talking about younger people, for instance, is there are aspects of that experience with technology and shifts in the speed with which things change. There are aspects of that experience that I possibly can never really understand and engage with. And so solutions aren't necessarily what are needed, but maybe companionship, facilitation of people into not their own solutions, but like into their process. I hope that doesn't sound too airy fairy, but
no, that's good.
And so for me, sort of artistically, from the artist scholar perspective, I've been really looking at the idea of belonging. Like, what does it mean to actively belong, or fearlessly belong, or not look at belonging in terms of becoming a part of something else, but looking at belonging in terms of you're a part of something. And how are you now responding to being a part of it? It's not, you're not waiting to be invited, because we are a part of everything. We're the world. Something's happening to the earth, the critical zone of the earth, and the ecology, and the way that, you know, generations in the future will, what will grow here, and things like that. That's not something we can step out of. We belong to that. And so how do we exercise our belonging? Moving on from the question of whether we belong or not, but how do we exercise our belonging, is sort of what I'm interested in at the moment. And how do you create spaces where people feel that they can exercise their belonging?
Do you feel that that's represented in your own practice as a dancer and choreographer?
Yeah, I feel like it is, because I think I'm thinking through dancing. So ideas that I'm thinking about, and then enacting by living my life, you know, and impacting on other people. I'm understanding them through, they have meaning for me through the dancing I'm doing in the studio. We were just talking about, in the meeting that I was just with, we were just talking about, like, for instance, dynamic alignment. And I understand dynamic alignment. I understand when I'm falling off of something, or when something's really connected physically. But then I can then understand that concept of when something isn't quite doesn't feel like it's quite generating right, or it feels like it needs to be helped, not necessarily in the sort of physical structure of a body, but maybe in the emotional feeling of a meeting. So the kind of understand meaning making is through the dancing, and then that's applied beyond that. And I guess I would suggest that dance has always been a way of understanding the world. For some, you know, like, not that everyone needs to use dance to understand the world, but it's one of the apparatus for understanding one's presence in the world. And that's why I think dance is so important.
Very cool. What do you, just to link in with what you just said there as well, can you remember any particular performances or performers that maybe did that for you, that opened up your kind of perceptions of your own place in the world? What were some of those formative dance experiences that you can remember, or any performances that might have had that impact on you?
Well, what comes to me right now is I was taught by William Luther, and he was in the Grain Company, and then he was in England, and he you know, when he was choreographing with us in class, he taught us as if we were you know, for us to dance with our mind and body and soul, you know, like, not to find the full self of you, which is maybe your connection to your ancestors and your hopes for the future, to be in that, in the exercise, and his belief in that, and then when he was choreographing, the same thing, like a full kind of commitment to unearthing what the movement should be choreographed as. So yeah, and this is somebody who, I was 13 or so that sort of taking someone seriously as an artist, you know, really expecting that they could bring their soul to something is both very beautiful offer from him.
Wow. It sounds like your life has been affected by some really strong leaders, really, especially within the context of your dance education and formative experiences. Would you say that is that typical of dance? Dance to me seems like it might be quite hierarchical. It feels like it's connected to, you know, to colonialism, to patriarchy, to white supremacism, and to quite a lot of negative things. But I know that what you're trying to do with Reclaiming Ballet and some of your other work is of course showcase other aspects and other people. Does dance need new leadership? And is there this traditions of, is it quite hierarchical as an art form, and does it need to be deconstructed? Do we need new leaders?
I guess I would kind of have a little bit of a separation between technique, like learning movement technique or dance technique, and dance. So I think the teaching of some techniques has become, you know, could be seen as very hierarchical. I feel like dance is something that's a little bit almost beyond the individuals doing it. Getting back to that idea of what I was saying about it almost being a way of understanding how to be connected to the world, like to be for things that things are in or of dance rather than and I suppose that's one of the points I'm trying to make in one of the chapters that I wrote in Reclaiming Ballet, that there isn't an ownership over dance there, and there can be an ownership over a technique, like a sort of protocols for doing something, but that shouldn't be kind of mixed up with owning someone's ability to dance. And if you think of what I was just saying about dance being something that you're doing with your you know, like with your spirit and your soul and your past and your future, as well as the muscles of your body, then the thought that somebody could, you know, that there could be a hierarchy of who can engage with that or who can facilitate that, sort of, you can see how that doesn't make any sense. So just kind of starting to separate, oh, okay, well, this is about technique maybe, or yeah, possibly in terms of what we're talking about when we're looking at those kind of hierarchies. And so then the idea of leadership, again, when you're dancing, many dances kind of show how there's multiple ways of leadership. Like we were just doing, I don't know anything about tango, but we were just doing a tiny bit of that. But that idea of a leader and a sort of someone that's following.
Right.
And then English country dancing, you have two people at the front often that sort of lead people around, but then it changes to the next person, you know, even with the lead, and then with the tango, it doesn't change, but then you're kind of looking at, well, the person that's the follower could be is also interpreting the navigation of the leader. So dance is continually maybe asking us to change, it's not doing it on purpose, but you could see dance as a thing that gave us a lot broader range of what it means to be a leader and what leadership means. And the way that we're talking about leadership maybe is more imposed on dance, and actually dance could offer, when you've got like groups of people dancing, like Hawaiian dancing, where, you know, these are all not things I'm specialist in, so I don't want to like overstep, but or even like some kind of contact improvisation, or some improvised class in a more kind of Western framework, where things are being exchanged and there's a sort of flocking of change of what leadership is. All of those things work in to generate dance, because leadership isn't a single thing in those traditional dances, or in the dances that we're familiar with. Learning, all of these are dances that you learn a technique in, but the dance itself doesn't speak to leadership in the way that we've interpreted the process of learning the technique of the dance. If that does it, I think I reached something that made sense just then.
Yes, you did. No, it's a really interesting anecdote, especially in the context of this conversation where we are looking at, leadership from different perspectives, and on women leaders in academia more specifically. But I think I love that idea of like flipping that on its head and utilizing dance more to kind of affect us and create better leaders as a result of not having leaders, as it were. It's really interesting. Would you advocate maybe that we utilize dance more readily for education, just in general, like outside of kind of dance scholarship and ballet scholarship and that more formative education, but just it should be utilized more in day-to-day general education to try to, elicit good leaders and good techniques around kind of leadership?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the only sort of note that I wrote prior to talking to you was thinking about that idea of different kinds of knowing, that there are different kinds of knowing, and they require different kinds of leadership. And so if we recognize there are different kinds of knowing, then we can perceive that we need a range of different people and a range of different leaderships. If we don't see that there are different kinds of knowing, that we're sort of focused on one kind of approach to living in the world, then we don't perceive that the importance of these people that offer these different kinds of leadership. So I think there's something around from the idea of academia around of change, not being about trying to determine what's right or what we all agree on, or what could be a great model that people could use, but more see it as a field of like how interesting all these different perspectives, like all these different ways of knowing exist. We don't have to necessarily understand each other completely, and we don't even necessarily, but the awareness of things, that's the exciting thing, to come into the unknowable for a minute, or perceive of the unknowable, or perceive of what you don't know.
And be comfortable with that, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's maybe the goal, more than then having to know it. And when we because of scholarship can see that there are all these things and much beyond us, then we maybe can also perceive that there are different kinds of leaderships, like there are different kinds of moments of leadership in a dance. So that being said, to answer your question, I feel that for some people, dance then is a way of understanding the world, and they're not necessarily all people that do dance, or have ended up doing dance. And so by making it available, then it becomes a way of knowing, and it will generate leadership and an activity that supports certain kinds of knowing of the world beyond the dance studio for everybody. And then for some people it will make no sense, and it doesn't matter. Like
Now, thank you for sharing that. I think that's really interesting. Wanted to ask you a little bit more about Reclaiming Ballet. Tell us a bit more about the book and the project and how it was working on that, because that was a complex international affair from what I understand. So Must have been tricky, again, sort of leading that project. Tell us a little bit more about it and your experiences of working on that project.
Well, I mean, I did ask, and you were very nice as a publishing company to put curation, like editing / curation on it. And it was partly because it did feel like I didn't kind of start off with an idea and think, oh, this person could write about that, or I'll approach this person. It was much more kind of, I was feeling a bit flabbergasted about, one day, and sort of said, oh, I wonder if anyone else is thinking about this, like, and how can we not always be in a position of feeling of describing our victimization, and actually see the richness that already exists in the diversity of ballet already. So it was more of a kind of what I've been recently calling a mothering, a sort of mothering of something, into what it became. So a little bit of trying to follow where it wanted the book wanted to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and then once I sort of had some different people that had responded to my kind of call out and prompt, then looking at that in terms of, well, what are the themes that come up then? So it was a bit, I think a lot of people sometimes people edit by having some themes and then wondering who could fill in those themes. But it was a little bit the other way round, like seeing what themes came out of a sort of shared interest of that overarching prompt of like the celebration of what exists, of what's there. And it was against that idea of, oh, why are there no X? Because even if there's just one, we've just invisibilized that person, and even if it was one 400 years ago, like people say, well, who was the first Black ballet dancer? And I think, well, maybe there might have been somebody dancing around in the courts, in the kitchen, or and nobody saw that person, but they happened to be Black, and they were maybe copying what they'd seen when they were serving somebody or something like that. So, and if we say, well, who was the first, or why are there no, we invisibilize those people again, like they were invisibilized, and now we're invisibilizing them because the light of the mainstream didn't shine on them, and so we're assuming they weren't there, which is very interesting because I've been making dances in the dark with my students at TWU, and that experience, that whole idea of like I quite like the idea of like dances for the dark and dances in the dark, and you're not seeing things you're not seeing the whole picture, but then it doesn't matter because you part of it is the generosity of assuming, of reaching out to somebody and assuming that they might be there, and if they're not, it being strong enough for it to become a part of your own movement until they arrive. So that seems nice right now.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And is that something where you would bring in an audience to experience that and to interact with the dancers and the performers, or is it just all performers in the space?
Yeah, well, this was a piece with some students from TWU, and I'm sorry I'm not saying everyone's names. I get really nervous when I have to say people's names and I haven't pre-written them down.
Yeah, no, I understand. No pressure to do that.
So we did it as a piece, and exploring and generating it as a site-specific piece, as it were. And then we did share it with an audience as well, and towards the end invited the audience to sort of move through the space too that we were in, and we also some of us, not the whole not everybody that was in it, but and some of the other students, we've been at TWU, we've been picking up litter as a kind of land recognition and sort of embodied land recognition.
Okay.
Obviously saying some recognition of the land and who was there prior to sort of Western building the buildings we were in, but also this embodied land recognition of caring for the land and picking up litter. So we were caring for the space that we were dancing in once a week as well, too. So that became sort of a broader invite, maybe that's a long durational audience experience of picking up litter,
Yeah.
but in the space.
Seems like pretty good use of your leadership expertise as well, to be honest with you there. I'm sure that the organization were quite happy with you doing that. That sounds really interesting. And I was going to say, for anyone who's listening, there is information out there on some of this work, and I know that you have your own website, right? Would you just like to tell us what that is?
Yeah, the website is it sort of just documents the different things that I've written and pieces that I've made, and that I kind of did it because I'm kind of following a progression. Like I think I know that I'm following a progression of things, but there, something's in a chapter here, or there's a book here, or there's a piece of work here. So I hope that the website, in a sense, gives if someone's interested in an idea or something, they could kind of trace or read through the development of some of the ideas, and also because I work with creating choreographic work and writing the artist scholar thing, maybe you could see how something that was written moved into something that became something else, but was choreographed and so spoken through different kind of mediums. So and also because, like I said, I'm not very good at remembering all the names of things. There's a good reference for me to go back and look at different things.
Well, I found it really interesting and a great resource. So I would recommend people check out the website if they want to find out more about your work and just be inspired, really. It's a really interesting body of work for sure.
I started a blog page there too. I haven't put too many posts, but I've been trying to share there with like some of the music from the ballet classes has been specially created by our musician there, Brittany at TW. And so we're kind of sharing some of that music. So if someone wanted to do a joyful ballet class, they could go and listen to the playlist.
As someone who comes from a dance background, would you say that collaboration is a really important part of what you perceive to be like a main trait of a leader to be?
Yeah, I think collaboration is like the substance of being alive. I've written before about how dance suggests that we're in collaboration. When I'm dancing, I'm collaborating with the floor and other dancers and my breath and the music, and that in order for dance to manifest, it is the full connection of everything, and in a sense the collaboration of all those things for that produces the dance. So I think it's the nature of things to be collaborative.
Okay. And just to finish off today, I was just interested to find out what's next for you. What are you working on? Any interesting projects?
Yeah, I'm writing a book chapter called Fearless Belonging at the moment. It's called that. And then my colleague, Dr. Helen Kindred, and I are writing a book for about scores. And I've got lots. I feel very lucky because I'm doing lots of things. Like I'm really looking forward to starting the new semester and teaching, and sort of that whole sort of sharing of ideas that the semester becomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels there's quite a few things that going. I'm working on a children's work with Dr. Kindred as well, which is the kind of culmination of a lot of work we've been doing for the last 4 years. It's not the whole culmination, but we want a children's work culmination, like something to share with children, that is kind of installation based, storytelling through dance, around water and the idea of engaging with water. So there are lots of kind of I'm very lucky to be doing what I love, and to be doing what I love, and have enough people interested in witnessing me doing what I love, or listening to it, or me being able to share it with them. So.
Well, and I guess we can say watch this space, because I'm sure you'll update the website with future developments and future work projects. So I should, again, make sure people do go and check out that. And I just finally then, really, I just wanted to ask whether you had any advice, perhaps for younger women or BIPOC women in particular, who are, they're engaging with academia, they're thinking maybe that's the career for them, they're artists, scholars, perhaps. Maybe there's a bit of advice you wish you were given when you first started off down that road. Is there any words you would share, any wisdom?
Well, I did get some good advice. My advisor, Ian Wellard, said to me once that he just published a book, and he's published lots of things, and he was sharing how he always feels a bit nervous, like, and that's great when your advisor shares with you that they get really nervous too, and also Dr. Holliday shared with us that he'd just put an article in for a peer review, and he got it back, and it said, it kind of tore apart what he'd done, and it said, this person should read more Holliday. So that whole thing of like, it's a little bit of a fabrication that we're back to the no one's driving the bus, there isn't something for you to be accepted into other than you accept yourself, because it's just, like, nobody really knows what they're doing, or they feel like they don't, and we all do know what we're doing, but that sort of imposter syndrome is something to really let go of, to know that's there, but not to listen to. And everybody has it, and it's having it that creates the horrible atmosphere. So if you've got it, you could be contributing to the horrible atmosphere, so you can almost let go of it for everyone else as well as for yourself.
Well, that I think is a wonderful anecdote to end on, and great advice too. Adesola, thank you so much for joining me today, and thanks for being part of our celebration of women leaders in academia, and congratulations on all your achievements. And I know that I'm looking forward to seeing more of your work, both as an artist and also as a scholar. So thanks again for your time today. I really do appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Hi Susan, welcome to In Conversation. It's great to see you, and thank you for joining me today.
Hi, James. It's great to see you.
So today, I wanted to discuss leadership, and I wanted to discuss some issues affecting women and female leaders in higher education. And now you've had several roles, several leadership positions in a long and esteemed career in higher education. You've been an interim dean, you've been a principal editor, you're of course a seasoned author, worked with many different publishing companies. And of course, you've also been a past president of the International Textiles and Apparel Association. So you really do have a wealth and depth of leadership experience within higher education as a sector. So I wanted to talk to you today about some of your experiences as a leader, and specifically as a woman working within higher education. But to begin with, perhaps you could just tell us where you're based and what your current role is.
Well, I'm currently a professor emerita. I retired in 2021, and also editing the journal Critical Studies in Fashion and Beauty, as you know, co-editing with Annika Smelek from the University of Radboud, who's fantastic to work with. We have a really great collaborative effort going. And I guess that to me is the key of, being in a role with some responsibility or leadership, is that idea of working with other people and collaborating, getting ideas from others, bouncing them around, being part of something bigger than myself.
That's interesting. So would you say for you, one of the key traits that a leader needs to embody would be a collaborative approach?
Yes, I think not only is it more productive because there's more than my own, positionality or my own thinking about a particular issue, but it's actually more fun. It's inspiring to work with others and hear their ideas, get their input. When one of us has a little more energy or time than the other, it works out really well, especially with the time difference. We can pick up where the other left off and get things done. So it's, it's a really great thing. I actually met I just finally met Annika in person in May. My husband and I went to visit her in the Netherlands, and we actually met during COVID and had a virtual relationship the whole time. So it's just, I don't know, it's just a wonderful thing to be collaborative, I think.
Well, that kind of actually leads on to another question I was considering as well. Well, first of all, do you think that you've learned collaboration through these roles as a leader over your esteemed career, or is that just something that's innate in your personality? Have you had to learn through experience? Have you had missteps and things of that nature, and and it's turned out that collaboration is more the way to go?
Well, I think in academia in particular, it's not really that hierarchical as in some ways it seems that like it is, and at times I found in the dean roles sometimes there was more power than I was actually even comfortable with. I would ask, so what's the next level of approval? And the staff would say, well, no, this is it. And so it's it's nice to be able to talk it through with other people, and I kind of got used to it, but it's really wonderful to be able to share, and also to work with faculty, for example. It just doesn't work unless they're on board. There has to be buy-in. There has to be a passion among enough faculty to make something work. And so in starting programs, like I was involved in starting the Science and Society program at Davis. It's an interdisciplinary program that kind of links the sciences with the humanities and social sciences to deal with critical issues requiring that kind of interdisciplinary perspective. And that involved a lot of different people, and it's been great to see that it's still going. And similarly, the Cultural Studies PhD program, I was part of that group that got that off the ground, and that's been super rewarding. But you just can't really do things in academia without having a lot of buy-in. So I think that's the most important aspect of trying to be successful. Otherwise you come in with an idea and it doesn't work so well when it's just your idea. it doesn't fly.
Well, I guess firstly we should say many congratulations for those, those two programs as well, because I know that they're both really important and must have come with some significant challenges. Could you tell us a few of the challenges maybe you've faced in your role as a key administrator and effectively as a boss there in Davis when you were in your role as a dean?
Well, there are always personnel issues, of course, to deal with. But on the flip side of that, there's the opportunity to interview prospective faculty. That was just a real thrill in the dean role. And because the division I was dean in involved all of the humanities, arts, and cultural studies. So there was just a whole lot of variety. So I learned a lot in the 3 years I was doing that. Yeah, I would say that the challenges have to do with things that kind of float up because they weren't, people weren't able to manage them at the local level. So those are always challenging. In a way, I haven't experienced a lot of challenges from a gender perspective, I think, and that's partly because I'm in a field that's fairly female dominant. We're trying to change that, and it is changing, but I think I haven't experienced it that much in my departments or even in the division or at the campus level. Been really lucky in that way. But there are times when I would be on a committee and would be the only woman, not as dean, but in some other capacities. And I did notice that when I spoke or, responded to something, they would politely wait for me to finish. And then they'd go on with their other perspective or whatever they were trying to do, which wasn't really what I wanted. And then somebody else would sort of chime in with basically the same message I had already delivered in a slightly different way, and it went over better. So those are frustrating, those kinds of things. But it wasn't like these were not people I interacted with on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So it almost seems that within some of the subjects that we work in those disciplines, perhaps because they're more female dominated, that you experience a whole, I suppose, a different relationship with your peers than someone who's working in a different discipline. So academia in general sounds like it like many careers has a long way to go, or many industries has a long way to go, but within your own specific subject focus you've kind of had different experiences as well, so you've kind of been able to see, I guess, both sides of the coin.
Yes, and actually some of the challenges that I was mentioning in these committee meetings were with faculty who were in male-dominated departments, so they're not used to having different voices at the table. So I think that's where academia has to go. I mean, it's improved dramatically in my 40 plus years at University of California at Davis. There were very few women when I started, and it's much better now. There's been a real concerted effort to hire women and minorities and to really diversify the faculty. But it takes a long time when people have careers this long. So it's a challenging process.
Do you think things might change with, I mean, I suppose the erosion of the tenure system in a sense, and that people don't necessarily have a career for life, where you'd be tenured at an institution and you may be there for 40 plus years. Do you think maybe an upside of that could be that there will be a lot more rapid change and there'll be more people coming through the door and different voices and perspectives moving through the university system rather than sort of coming in and then operating almost as gatekeepers? Do you think perhaps the future will will, I guess, offer new opportunities as a result of that changing dynamic?
In some ways, yes, but at the same time, there's still this problematic divide between people who have tenure track positions. We still very much are in that system here, and those who are in lecturer positions without security of employment, some security after a number of years, but not the same as tenure. And so it's a different career track in a way. So I think my preference would be that there were some way to kind of split that up so that there's more stability for people who do not have these tenure track positions, and more flexibility for those who do, and just kind of blur those boundaries somehow. I think that would help a lot.
Well, I think maybe leading on from there, then it might be just to jump right in and ask you what else you feel higher education needs to do to facilitate genuine equality for women, especially in positions of leadership, or just to ensure that they have the same access and opportunity. And of course, that I'm sure obviously leads then into issues affecting other minorities and other groups of people as well.
So I think a lot of it has to do with the numbers, to really increase the numbers. And aside from that, there are cultural issues, in terms of tracks toward positions. I can't say that I ever sought out any of the positions that I ended up in. I was drafted, and my arm was twisted, and so yeah, I don't know if that's so much a gender thing. I know women who really want to pursue administrative paths, but it's like, we need to step up, or we might not like the consequences if we don't, so I think there's it's not just a gender thing. I think it's an academic thing, that's not where a lot of us imagine ourselves.
Right.
And so even the language used, I think sometimes the leadership terminology kind of turns people off a little bit. Like they don't want to be they want to be a leader, but they don't want to call themselves a leader, if that makes any sense. It's just, it's kind of an academic thing. Like we all, we're not supposed to like administrators,
Well,
so
that's just kind of funny, isn't it? Because I'm kind of grappling with the language myself, because it seems quite odd to refer to terms like leader, and I haven't said blue sky thinking yet, thankfully, but it's probably on the, oh no, there it is, it's on the cards. But I guess it's interesting to link in with what you're saying, is that for many scholars, especially in the arts and humanities, cultural studies, liberal arts colleges, these kind of things, we probably end up in academia because we are obsessed with something specific, or we want to create real change, but maybe through writing, or maybe through publishing, or lecturing. And and I guess if you do an effective enough job and shout loud enough, at some point someone's going to tap you on the shoulder and be like, okay, here's the keys, you're the boss, you're the dean, and and then all of a sudden it's like, well, hang on a minute, am I qualified for this? I guess I am. And I guess that comes with a lot of distinct challenges. And I imagine being a leader, or I guess to some extent a manager within academia, it's you're kind of pulling from a different group of people than perhaps those people in other industries who have had management training, or have been on leadership courses, or they've got an MBA or whatever it might be. And in academia, perhaps we're more in tune with creating change and facilitating change, but not necessarily from the ivory tower. We're more at the bottom, chipping away at it, kind of thing. So that must be an interesting challenge itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that if you ask people if they want to be thought leaders or intellectual leaders or leaders in their field or that kind of thing, then that's, they still might kind of be a little hesitant about the leader title, but that will be perceived pretty positively generally. But if you ask if they want to be a manager or an administrator, you get a very different kind of response. But then when you look around and see the alternatives of, then you realize, well, maybe I should step up and be willing to do this. And it is really possible to make changes from those roles. Like I said earlier, you do have to be sure to bring, make sure there's energy working with you on that. There's a lot of faculty and student and staff interest in the project, but it is possible to make things happen. And that's one of the real benefits that I think doesn't often get acknowledged.
Well, let's take a second to acknowledge that then. I mean, I know it's not necessarily an easy question to answer, but let's celebrate some of those achievements in your roles, or in any of those roles. Are there any of those achievements that you feel most proud of? Is there anything that you've been able to change, however small it might seem, but that you're really proud of, and that you can say, look, through taking on that responsibility and becoming a leader within that area, I've actually been able to, in some part, affect some real change?
Well, I think in terms of playing some role in the hiring of faculty and faculty partners, that is really, really rewarding. Also, being able to help to get programs off the ground that that address issues that aren't being addressed by mainstream departments. Like usually they're interdisciplinary programs or programs that cut across boundaries and blur boundaries and offer opportunities to hear more voices that aren't always highlighted. Opportunities to help departments, for example, ethnic studies departments, who have been overlooked in some way or are really in need of support. Those are some of the kinds of things that have been really rewarding.
I think it's always important to reflect on and celebrate these victories, especially when you've had to overcome challenges to instill some of these changes, because it is very easy to, especially at the moment, to just look and see of all the work that still needs to be done. But it is also important to take stock and celebrate, I think, some of the victories as well. So congratulations on all those achievements. Speaking of which, though, as well, have you highlighted there some of the, you mentioned some programs that really needed assistance and that are working towards making change. Have you been invited, as an academic leader, to take part and participate in any interesting programs or workshops or anything like that in recent years?
Just earlier this year, I gave a talk in an ongoing series at Stanford University. It's an interdisciplinary project where they're trying to rethink fashion studies and in a more decolonial way, less hegemonic way. So I gave a talk about time and rethinking time in a less hegemonic way. But the series in general has been really interesting to be part of. I'm excited now about a new project. I'm writing an essay for a catalog with the DeYoung Museum in San Francisco. And that is regarding San Francisco style, which is kind of distinct and in some ways, and has kind of been a real factor in a lot of alternative ways of thinking about style and fashion, as well as some that are pretty hegemonic, but very diverse overall. And so I'm kind of excited about that. Those are just a couple of recent things that I've been doing.
Well, and that to me feels like a nice transition to discuss the journal a little bit as well, because you've taken over the leadership and the principal editorial responsibilities of Intellect's journal, Critical Studies in Fashion and Beauty. I know it's you're not an island, and you have a great team around you, but that must be a challenge in itself. And I know I was partly responsible in giving you the keys and trying to encourage you to take on that role. And I'm glad to say that we're very happy that you did, and it was a strong and important journal, and it needed a new, strong, important leader to take on that role and responsibilities. So we're very glad to have you on board. But you've been doing some really interesting work with the journal. I know you've got a really exciting special issue on the horizon. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit about some of the forthcoming issues, and maybe just in a nutshell, what you and your team are trying to do with the journal and what its aim and scope is, I suppose.
Yes. First, I just really want to acknowledge Annika Smelik, who's the co-editor, who's been a wonderful collaborative partner. We've worked really well together, and have a real similar kind of outlook on where we want to see the journal go. I think we both feel pretty strongly about breaking out of, dominant ways of thinking about fashion. So to really diversify in places so we've tried to really bring in voices and perspectives. For example, there was an issue on Oceania in terms of fashion and what is happening there. That was a special issue. We have tried to foster curatorial scholarship that often is unrecognized. We have reviews of exhibitions, of course, but the people who put them together and all of the intellectual work that goes into that doesn't actually give people a lot of credit in academia, unfortunately. So we've tried to offer a space for people to do that. So we had a special issue, the one that came out in June, co-edited by Denise Green at Cornell and Kelly Reddy Best at Iowa State University. And that was about curation at public universities that and their collections and the challenges of trying to transform collections that really are comprised of clothes given by wealthy white women for the most part. So how to really talk about issues of sexuality and race and other kinds of expressions of style when you don't really have those in your collection, or when the mannequins are all white, so that some of the challenges that go along with that. So I'm really excited about that issue that came out. And yes, in general, we're getting some really nice papers that we've been really pleased about, that it's coming together, especially with the team that's the editorial board. We've revamped that and are thrilled with the participation we've gotten from around the world, and also with our exhibition reviews. And we have a book review editor who's new. So everything is coming along. We have a new issue that will be coming along probably in 2023 at the end of it, maybe, on trans fashion. That is really going to be exciting. We've done some photo essays and have experimented with some different approaches, thinking about fat fashion, for example, and how we can rethink, issues of body size in fashion. So it's been really good. I mean, you did talk me into it.
I feel like I'm one of those arm twisters you were referring
you are
to
an
earlier.
arm twister. Yes, you reminded me of that. But I remember the conversation. But at the same time, thank you for doing that, because it's been a really nice way for me to transition out of regular teaching. Since I retired, it gives me a chance to still be involved in mentoring, scholars who, are less senior, a lot of emerging scholars. So it's kind of kept me off the streets.
Yeah.
And
we'll never let you retire. Not truly, not properly. There's always another exciting opportunity around the corner within higher education, that's for sure.
This is true.
And there's always a challenge to be faced, and also, something to enable. But talking about those challenges again with the journal, how does it differ from some of your other roles in academia? Does it feel like more creative leadership, or does it come with is it a lot of people management again, like trying to, no, you have to turn this in on this deadline, and yes, it must be in the appropriate format, or is it more kind of, facilitating encouragement, or I guess probably all of the above? But it'd be interesting to hear a bit more about how you feel about leading a journal versus, leading a department or something like that.
That's a really interesting question. I'd say that it's a kind of more of an outward-looking exercise, whereas leading a department, for example, there are a lot of internal, issues to deal with immediately. So the pace of this, although it is a lot of work, is at least spread out a bit, where there are 2 issues a year. Things are always coming in, of course, but the interactions have all been really quite wonderful with people. And yes, it is a challenge to get people to get things in the right format.
That's the challenge we will all face forever. I think that one is.
I think so. And I understand it from an author's perspective, because you're writing, you're trying to get the ideas across, and it's hard to remember whether it's a double or single quotation mark, and we have habits and as we go. So I understand it. I've been there as an author.
But again, that's one of the responsibilities you can appreciate, and you're of course a wonderful writer yourself, but you also then have to be the bad guy, I guess, and tell these wonderful creatives that it has to be done this way, otherwise we can't get it published. And I guess the responsibilities of leadership, whether it be a creative journal or in a more traditional administrative role within a university, do come with quite a lot of challenges that might be outside of your your personality on a daily basis. So I guess with that in mind, in general, what advice would you have for women, especially who are trying to negotiate leadership roles, or who are maybe early career scholars, or starting out in academia, but maybe either are trying to become leaders within an academic context, or number 2, more likely someone's going to twist their arm or tap them on the shoulder and they're going to fall into a leadership role or responsibility? What would, perhaps on like day one, if someone had given you some advice, what would that advice be that you'd pass on now in light of all your experience?
Well, I guess I would suggest trying to figure out what the right service roles are that feel meaningful. And in the early years, in a publish or perish kind of situation, for example, I think sometimes we've made the mistake of telling people, don't get involved in service, you've got to get your research done and your teaching underway. And I think that's a mistake, because then there's not sort of a habit of service. And so I think there needs to be some service all along the way, but it needs to be very moderate, in the early years. There needs to be a role that isn't real labor intensive, but that gets people outside of their immediate department. And it's good for them too. so I think it's have some role, but be careful not to overdo it. And I think that's what happens is that, especially with women of color in academia, they get tapped all the time for service roles, and they're sought out by students in a stronger way because there's so few of them available, and so they get really worn out by service and have to be very careful. So I think it's a kind of has to be a moderate situation until there's more security in the roles, and then I think we have to step up if we're in a system that requires shared governance, for example, or we might not like the direction things go. So kind of like the world, our national politics,
A true microcosm.
Yes, have to get engaged. So I think I would say that. I would say never because it doesn't work anyway. I think I never ever would have imagined myself in a dean role, for example. But then I found myself in that role. So I think maybe be open-minded to it, but don't exclude anything.
Good advice, I think. Well, we're about at the end of our time allotment for this interview, but I did want to just ask, a couple of last questions, really. So we've obviously mentioned that there are several barriers still in place that are hampering true equality for women in the world, of course, but in academia more specifically. Do you have any final thoughts on that? What can we be doing as kind of an industry, as a group, to really kind of like expedite and facilitate that real genuine change? Any final thoughts on that?
I think maybe in the context of the journal, for example,
yeah.
I would say that junior scholars or emerging scholars should jump in and publish their work and be open to, changing the format or responding to the advice of the reviewers, who I find to be very generous with their suggestions and positive, constructive. Get involved in reviewing other people's articles, because it really makes I think it helps one's own writing when we've reviewed other people's work. So figure out kind of at a certain stage in one's career, what role they can play, and to be of service, and then kind of be willing gradually to take on more leadership roles as it progresses. So I think it's all about kind of the timing in one's career, and it helps not to be overloaded too early, but to have some kind of foot in the door.
Thank you again. Great advice. And then finally, then, have there been any women in your life you'd like to sort of shout out? Who have been some of the great influences on you and on your career and all the successes you've had?
I'd have to say my mother, first of all, just because of her way of being in the world, outlook on life, commitment to service, ability to listen to others, and think about how to serve others. And then many scholars who have inspired me near and far, and yeah, I'd say many of the women I've worked with, and many of the men I've worked with in my departments have been extremely supportive. And so it's hard to kind of nail it down
It's a difficult question.
to specific people. But it's funny because years ago, I was involved in a study of style and fashion among women academics, and how a lot of them would talk about how they had a lot of freedom to dress like they wanted, but they had to be careful. There were two kind of models they had in mind that they needed to be careful about resisting. And that was not to just look like an aging student. Some people would say that. So dress casually, but, that was one area. And the other was to look like a high-level administrator. So there were these images of certain kinds of suits, knit suits that to avoid. And so people had these images of what to avoid, but then they had this flexibility in between to mediate something of a look for themselves. And so I think that kind of gives us a clue of who we don't want to be, or who we have to be careful about looking like, or whatever. That's often kind of helpful. So sometimes there are, models that make us think about who we don't want to be. And that can lead to a kind of understanding of who we think we might be, if that makes any sense.
No, that does. That's really interesting, and a challenge I've often considered. But they're really interested to hear that take on it. Is that piece of research available anywhere, or is that? I'm sure that's probably something that's come up in many journal articles and books and things over the years, notwithstanding a few that Intellect have put out there. But was that work that you conducted actually ever published?
Yes, there was a chapter in a book, the name I'm forgetting at the moment. I want to say 15 or 20 years ago. A book published by Bird.
Okay, cool. Well, what we can do is we will add it into the notes after the interview, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look at my CV.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, a long and illustrious one it is too. I just want to thank you for your time today, and for those really interesting and important observations. And just again, what a pleasure it is to be working with you on critical studies in fashion and beauty. Great to have you and your team behind the project. And I'd just like to say to anyone out there, do Google Professor Susan Kaiser, and also go to Intellect and www.intellectbooks.com and look at critical studies in fashion and beauty. A lot of information about those forthcoming special issues. And of course, you can download a lot of free content there as well, so you can actually read the journal. So I would advise people to go and check that out and become more familiar with the work that Susan's still putting out into the world. So Susan, thank you very much for your time today. It's been great having you on here on In Conversation. So thanks again.
Thanks so much, James. It's been a pleasure.
Hi, Petra. Welcome to In Conversation. It's great to have you here today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, James. I'm really glad to speak with you today.
Wonderful. Well, to get things started, why don't you tell us a bit about where you're based and what your job entails?
Yes, so I am Petra, she, her, and I am here in Michigan. I'm in Ypsilanti, Michigan, which is a small Rust Belt city in between Ann Arbor and Detroit. It's on Anishinaabe territory, and I teach at the University of Michigan, which is about 20 minutes away from me here in Ann Arbor. And I teach in the English department and in women and gender studies. And I teach in performance studies and disability culture. And my other job is I teach at Goddard College on the MFA in interdisciplinary arts. And both of these jobs together give me a real interesting, diverse set of ways of engaging with students.
So it sounds like you still lead a lot of practice-based classes and work in practice, but also quite theoretical, quite a lot of writing as well. And you kind of wear both of those hats in your professional career.
That's right.
And with working in Michigan, it must be an interesting state to be based in, because I have visited several times myself for personal reasons and also for professional reasons. And you've highlighted the fact, obviously, it's part of the Rust Belt. you know, a Midwestern state like that. But then at the same time, there's a number of very prominent and important universities. And I've always been, you know, like greatly impacted by the effect that a lot of the work that's being done at these institutions is having globally. How is it working in Michigan, and how did you end up there? Tell us a bit about, you know, what led to you getting that job in the University of Michigan.
Yeah, so I'm German. I am a German woman, and I'm a first generation high school finisher. So I didn't really have any sense of academia and what might be possible in academia, or even what might be possible in the arts, which is really my core identification. And so I did manage to get out of the little village that I came from in Germany. And I studied in Cologne first, and then later on moved to Britain, and I worked in Wales for a while. And I was at that time working mainly as a community artist. So my main interest was to engage other people who are disabled like myself, and other people who experience pain like myself, in dance with a difference. So for over 10 years, I was a community artist, going from one like little community hall to church basement to, you know, mental health, self-help organization, those kinds of things, and running dance classes. And then at some point, my pain level was such that I really couldn't sustain that anymore. Also, the Welsh economy, at least at that time, was such that it was really hard to stay an independent artist. So I got involved with academia, and I gained a PhD at Falmouth College of Arts.
Okay.
And that was amazing and very liberating. And my doctor mama there was Penny Florence. And Penny was an amazing feminist, and someone who led things in ways that were very different from traditional PhD programs. It was also the beginning of a PhD program. I was the first person who finished with a PhD from Falmouth. So we invented it all, and it was very cool. And so eventually, when I could no longer work as a community artist full time and sustain myself that way, I decided to try out academia.
Mm.
And I had been associated with universities in the UK before. I'd been research fellows, those kinds of positions. I've been helped by wonderful people who supported my practical research work in university settings. And then I just took my own job. So I got a job in a business school in Rhode Island, which was really, really interesting. So it was actually an amazing experience. Bryant University in Rhode Island is a small business school, and they hired me in performance studies.
Wow.
And really what that meant for them was they only had business majors at the time, no humanities majors, no arts majors. And so they hired me to be an ethicist, a performance ethicist. I was working with the students to think about community engagement. So we were running community engagements and experiments together and thinking about the ethics of that. So it was a marvelous position. I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed my colleagues very much. And then I got called into the wider world to run larger art projects. I was a fellow in Aotearoa, New Zealand, a dance fellow in community dance, and from that, eventually, I got called to Michigan. I just they had an opening. They were specifically interested in what was at that time the most exciting new work out there, which was often disability studies and performance studies. And so I switched my life from someone who was predominantly working in community settings with students to someone who does a lot of professional development, who helps other people who work in this kind of way by running symposia here. So I usually have an annual symposium where I have fellows come in, and then we work on this kind of work together. Someone who's more research focused. So it kind of shifted my career in quite an interesting way. And that's been very fulfilling and interesting to me. So, and also Detroit is a fabulously interesting city with lots of interesting stuff going on. Lots of really exciting social justice work's been going on for a long time here. So there's great work to witness. And it also is a major transportation hub. So I can very easily get anywhere in the world. You know, I have sustained an international career by being at the University of Michigan.
So thank you for sharing that. It's a really interesting story. And I guess one of the things that jumps out to me from that was the fact that perhaps your transition into academia or traditional academia wasn't necessarily your first choice, but you know, it happened out of necessity. And then as a result of that, though, it seems like it's been, you know, really life affirming and has afforded you a lot of access to lots of different and interesting opportunities. So I just wanted to ask you, what is it about academia you most enjoy? And does it provide you a position? Because obviously you're now a leader within the academic context. Does it provide you a position to affect the changes in the world that you would like to see? Or do you encounter through academia lots of bureaucracy and issues and other burdensome tasks, but fundamentally, does it provide you with a platform to really kind of help others and to disseminate your own sort of knowledge and affect change in the world?
Yes, yeah. I know that one of my first career goals was to be a choreographer and in the Paris Opera. That was my idea. That's what I wanted to do. Didn't work out, but you know, I found better stuff. So it wasn't academia at all, because I really didn't know much about academia. But my experience when I came to the University of Cologne was that the theater there allowed me to just put on a really weird and intriguing show. I worked for a year with people. So I wasn't able to go to dance school, to choreography school, because, you know, you needed to have a certificate that stated that you would have at least 4 sound limbs, and I didn't. I wasn't able to. I'm disabled. So I wasn't able to do that kind of training, but I was able to, and I was enabled by a university theater to train with people for a whole year and to do all this interesting somatic work, to kind of think about bodies in different ways. And my cast at that time were some students, but also lots of community members, people who were squatters in Cologne. There was an architect among us. I mean, we had a very wide range of people. And the university allowed us a crucible to really explore things together. That was one of my first really positive experiences of university life, that there is this space to try out unusual approaches, to experiment, you know, to experiment in a way that sometimes even the free scene, you know, the independent scene struggles with, because, you know, you also need to think about like access to spaces and, you know, all these kinds of things. So that was one of my first really positive experiences. And I think that has really shaped me. And now that I am here in Michigan and a full professor here, I try to recreate these kinds of experiences. So I'm not in a production department, so I don't have access to these amazing spaces myself. But what I do have access to is grant writing, fundraising, and fostering a disability culture circuit internationally. So I have every semester, I have lots of people who come through. I have people who I can support by paying honoraria. I can support people by inviting them to be fellows in the kinds of the symposia that I organize: eco-monsters, disability culture, ecosomatics, indigenous language revitalization, eco-performance was an earlier one. Yeah, so those are some of the kind of symposia titles that I've run here, and that's a really empowering and wonderful way, I think, to engage with the disability culture world. We need funds. The funds have for a long time not been forthcoming from the arts council sectors, which barely even exists in the US, but, you know, in other countries they do, but here they don't. So a lot of people rely on the universities as centers for the development of disability culture, always in collaboration with community centers as well. I mean, the work is happening mainly in the community, but it's deeply supported often by university centers.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we need funds, and we need funds heading in the right direction, and that's something that hopefully we can shed some light on today, and we can discuss that a bit more later on. But with that in mind as well, you've been engaged in community dance and disability culture production since the 80s. You lead workshops and performances internationally. In your time working in the field, both from a practical perspective and within the university sector, have you seen a lot of positive changes? Or, you know, obviously there's funding issues, but have you seen a lot of change, and have there been a lot of positive progressive shifts?
Yeah, that's always an interesting question, right? Depends on who asks the questions and who's the audience, right? So in a general environment, I would say there's one amazing and empowering change that I have seen in my time in arts and academia, and that is the emergence of disability culture as an actual entity that people study, that people can take courses in. I've seen more and more interest in accessible training opportunities for disabled artists in multiple fields. That is a major development from when I was a young one, trying to get into these fields, to what is happening now. And I've been really happy to have been part of that change, particularly through the disability arts movement that was happening in the UK. And as I said, I lived for 10 years in Wales. That was very foundational for me and allowed me to see how we could actually change the world, how the world could be more accessible. I came then to the US, which had at that time already the ADA, the American with Disabilities Act, and where it was much easier for me to actually get into places with my wheelchair. And so I then became part here of a movement of people who really tried to center disability arts and disability culture in multiple sectors, not just in the universities, but also in all kinds of arts. So I'm involved with a lot of consulting in the sector. So I work with grant agencies to work on equitable and accessible grant procedures and funding procedures. I work with presenting organizations occasionally to think about access. But my main work is really about the aesthetics of disability arts. Like, wait, what are the current experiments that people are engaging in? I write about that, and that's what my core framework is.
Well, that leads us nicely then into my next set of questions, which is about your own research and your own practice. So can you just tell us a little bit more? Perhaps let's focus on the practice first and foremost. What are the core elements to what you practice and to what you teach in workshops that are more practically led?
Mm-hmm. So I teach from a disability culture perspective, which means that all art forms are up for reinvention, because we all do need to reinvent the art forms, because as they came to us is often inaccessible. So I work with people with all kinds of different impairments, all kinds of different disabilities, and their allies. I often work in queer framed spaces as well. And we together explore what new art forms can emerge. So that's one of the most exciting things for me, to figure out together what we can do differently, how we can use our beautiful body, mind, spirits as the center of our creative expression. How can we invent new ways of presenting ourselves to ourselves, since so many of us have been told for such a long time that we're not valid, that we are not beautiful in the public eye. How can we invent this for ourselves, and then also eventually for the audiences who see us? So a lot of my work is beginning deep in our own somatic sense of who we are, our deep embodied sense of who we are, because that's where so many of us have to start in order to get to expression. Having been told you're ugly, you're not right, you shouldn't be out in public, those kinds of stereotypes that surround disability. So many of us have to really work to get to a form of ownership of self, an impaired ownership of self, often because it's not just disability, right? There's racialization, there's gender stereotypes, there's so many different ways in which we have been put into categories, and we can't really free ourselves from that, but we can push against those. We can push against the labels that constrain us and allow us to come to a more holistic and rich understanding of what body, mind, spirits can do. That is the core of my labor and my practical work. And what that means in practice, that was all very general, but in practice, we might be, so during COVID times now, for the last few years, I had to reinvent again what art forms can be. So I have a practice called Starship Somatics. And when you come to a Starship Somatics Zoom, because they're all Zoom spaces, you go on a dream journey. We're going on a dream journey together, where we put on a safety garment. We touch in with the ground that we live on and the land that we're in, and then we we drift off into space and we dance in space together. We dance outer dancing, if that is accessible to us, or inner imaginary dancing, if that is what is accessible to us. And we visit with stars, and we encounter creatures, and we encounter each other, and we disco dance on starships, and we just have a very rich, embodied movement experience that doesn't rely on you being able to physically move in space if that is not what you wish to do on that particular day, or if that's not accessible to you. So that's a form I adore. I love.
So let me just interject very quickly. That sounds absolutely fantastic. And I also love the way that you were able to eloquently describe your own practice and what it represents. I think it's beautiful. Now, if someone was interested in taking part of one of these events or finding out a bit more, can you just highlight where they could do that?
So Starship Somatics is something you can join every Tuesday from September 13th onwards at 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 Eastern Standard Time, US Standard Time, through Movement Research. And it's a free offering, so it doesn't cost anything. It's available to anybody around the world, whoever wants to join in. And all they have to do is go to the Movement Research website and sign up. And these are weekly offerings, and we will be going on these dream journeys together. And we're also offering Starship Somatics through Turtle Disco, which is the somatic writing studio that I run with my wife, Stephanie Heidt.
Cool. Okay. Thanks for sharing that. And I urge people to go and check that out, and also to visit Petra's website, which is just www.petrakuppers.com.
That's right.
So I urge people to go and check that out, because then they can check in, see all the different work you do, both in terms of practical and, of course, theoretical research, scholarly publishing, and all different kinds of participatory projects that you've been involved in throughout your long and illustrious career. So I do recommend that people go and check some of that out. But I wanted to ask you a little bit more about your performance. But before I do that, I wanted to tap into something you've just said. You're talking about using Zoom and, of course, the effects of the pandemic on performance and on disability performance. Have there been silver linings, especially for disabled culture and for disability performance practice, or has it been an alienating experience, or has it been an opening experience? How's it been?
Yeah, again, another one of these complicated questions with multiple answers.
Yeah.
I think while disability culture has long been engaged with long distance communication, so this whole Zoom experience, which was completely new to non-disabled people, or to many non-disabled people in March 2020, was really familiar to many CRIPs, to many disabled people. There's been lots and lots of expertise in our community, and I think some people did gain additional employment from having that expertise and being able to offer that to the non-disabled world that was less used to it. So there were protocols already in place within the disabled community. So I think disabled people were able to engage with the pandemic crisis in ways that have been somewhat positive. At the same time, I always have to hold space that so many of us were also so vulnerable to the virus. So it's very hard to even say anything like that, because I'm holding so much grief for the people whom we've lost. There was this great toll of isolation that so many of us all of us went through. I think many disabled people had more tools to deal with that isolation than other people did. But of course, many disabled people, particularly multiply marginalized people, not in financial situations where they're able to access Zoom and digital and secure digital environments easily. So, there's so many different ways of answering this one. I think there's been a lot of expertise in the disabled community. The disabled community is often very innovative when it comes to these kinds of ways of trying to find community, and yet there's also been this incredible toll. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any ways that you can foresee us better harnessing that innovation and utilizing it to affect some real change?
Yes, I think many people, disabled and non-disabled people, have found it very useful to use these kinds of digital tools to do their jobs differently, or to access jobs in the first place. So I do think there's a lot of positive change that happened through the way that we begin to understand that the 9-to-5 environment doesn't need to be there. The office doesn't need to be there. We can commute from all over the place. We don't have to endanger ourselves in order to do our work. We are able to do our work responsibly and useful without needing someone to look over our shoulder in some kind of office environment. So there's a lot that we have learned that hopefully we can carry forward. Yeah, and then there's always the danger of additional isolation. There's the danger of people running Zoom events without thinking about accessibility, without thinking about subtitling, without thinking about all the different ways in which the digital space is also an inaccessible space to some people.
Thank you, Petra. Right, well, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your research as well and some of the writing you've done. And obviously, you've been involved in editing a book with Intellect, and that might be a good place to start. And I know that you've kind of like framed the book, or the book's been framed with a specific question. So the book in question here is Disability, Arts and Culture. And I thought I would start by asking you to unpack the question, which is, what does it mean to approach disability-focused cultural production and consumption as generative sites of meaning-making?
Yeah, it's a mouthful of a question.
It is.
But I wrote it probably, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, so Disability, Arts and Culture, the subtitle is Methods and Approaches. And that's kind of really important to me because it's a book about methods. You know, it's a book about how we can think of disability not just as like an image out there in the world, you know, like an image complex, a trope, a narrative. How can we also think about disability as something that generates ways of knowing? You know, that is the click, the turn of this collection, and also the turn of most of my academic work, most of the writing that I do. How can I think of disability as something that is a generative way of understanding ways of being in the world differently? And how can that different way of knowing the world be useful to many other people beyond myself? So I am not, for instance, when I'm writing about being a woman in pain and moving in, for instance, here in the urban cityscape outside my window here, you know, when I write about moving on a broken sidewalk, you know, which might be broken because of infrastructural neglect, might be broken because of the power relations of who gets what kind of money in the US. How can I think about those kinds of concepts together with the jolt that is in my own body when my wheelchair runs over one of these broken curbs, right? So that those are for me ways of thinking about what an embodied experience of disability offers as a method of understanding the world. And that can then be approximated by someone who is not disabled and who has their own gait. You know, how does your gait change when you move from a place that is very well kept, where sidewalks are kept in order, where there's enough tax base, where there is a history of home ownership, often white ownership, that maintains spaces in certain kinds of ways because of specific kind of racialized histories. How does that feel when you then move from that space into a different one? What do you know in your own body? And how does what you know in your own body impact what the kind of wider theoretical concepts that you hold in your head about how the world operates? Those are the kinds of questions that are for me method questions. Mm-hmm.
Well, and for anyone who'd like to find out more about Petra's work with Intellect, they can, of course, find that book at www.intellectbooks.com. And again, I urge you to check that out. Some really fascinating chapters to be read there. And while we're talking about your research, what's next for you? What are you currently working on? I know there's been a few projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so one of the projects I find particularly exciting right now is at the end of last year, so 2021, I was a fellow at the New York Public Library Dance Division. And I worked on a project called Crip Mad Archive Dances. So crip being a word that's often used in disability contexts, not internationally, but in many environments. I narrate that in order to translate it for people who might not be familiar with that term. So crip and mad archive dances. So I look at people who are disabled and people who are psychiatrized and how they show up in archives, in dance archives. And as you can imagine, many don't, many do. And the people who do, I often have written about in the past, and I have often danced with them, and I adore them. Raimund Hoge, Kanduko, Axis Dance Company, all these wonderful people out there in the world who've been innovators in the field. But I'm looking, in that particular project, I looked at people who were not so well known, and I had to use alternative methods to find my way to them in the archive, because both librarians and families have often denied the disability label to people because of the stigma that still attaches to disability. If you think, for instance, about the AIDS pandemic and how many people were not allowed to bear a label of AIDS activist by their families, and then when their memories, when their memoirs, when their oral testimonies are located in a library, the AIDS activist might not be part of the metadata that might be in the library and in the library accounts. So my work was to try to find some of these kinds of places. And then after a day in the archive, because I'm not really an archivist, and I'm not really someone who hangs out in archives much. I prefer being out in the world. So, but it's important to do this kind of work. So I went into the archive, found these moments, and then I brought these moments into the community every evening after my day at the Lincoln Center. I called together disabled dancers, choreographers, and their allies on the plaza, Lincoln Center Plaza, and we danced together. We used some of those moments that I found in the archives, and we out of those created a kind of movement choir. So we basically danced our lineage. We used embodied transmission formats to imagine, to fantasize a history, so that we move into a more accessible future, right? A future that allows us to hold to ancestors that we don't even know that they're there. So that is the current project that I'm working on, and I'm expanding on. I'm writing about this. I'm looking for more of these moments of archival treasures. And so that's going to be the project that's going to accompany me into 2023, I think.
Great. And this is going to be available as an open access book project, is that correct?
I hope so. I mean, Ecosoma, the book that just came out in 2022 with the University of Minnesota Press, is an open access book, which I'm very, very happy about that. I think that's sort of where all my work should go now. And, I really try to make all my work accessible to everybody, and not just within university settings, but in the community as well. So I hope that this new one will be as well. So my intention is to mainly publish in open access settings, if at all possible.
Okay. Well, that leads me on to another question then that I had, which was actually about how academia and publishers can potentially help and facilitate change and create different opportunities. And it sounds like one of those would obviously be open access and developing functional open access platforms, pathways, and financial models where it's viable for open access research to be available globally to people outside of more traditional academic networks and pathways. But is there anything else that comes to mind, or anything you would like to maybe highlight?
Yes, I think obviously at the beginning level, the university, as students enter the university, how can we make all our courses more accessible? That's still the basic question, I think, of most disability activism in universities. How can more people access the university? How can we enlarge what knowledge looks like and what art practice looks like in the university? I think that's a very important question. Other ways in which I hope to transform the university, and with that our wider world, is to give more access to people to be knowledge carriers at the level of teachers. So that was the student question, but then at the level of teachers, I would love to see much more attention given to who is in the classroom. I love to give much more attention to initiatives like fellowships, to allow people to bring alternative knowledge practices into the university by paying people, and paying them well, to be in university settings and share their knowledge with people who are more traditional academics. So that's, I think, is a really important way in which the community and the university can be in dialogue with one another, and in a way in which the university can also fund the development of community leaders. So those are some of these, the moments that I find are useful ways for us to think about how we can create more just structures within universities.
Brilliant. Thank you, Petra. And this interview is part of a broader series of interviews or in conversations, and where we're talking to female academic leaders, celebrating their work and successes. But I was wondering if you might have any advice or guidance or any, just your 2 cents for the future generation of young people who identify as women who are entering a career in academia or practice or dance, perhaps.
Yes. What would I say to young women and non-binary others who are joining academia or dance practices? I would encourage you to think about the university not as a fixed thing, but as something that you can change. I encourage you to think of yourself as being worthy of being in a university environment. And I also encourage you to think about yourself as being worthy to be in a community environment. The university is just one of the ways in which the world changes. Actually, activist places are usually the places where change happens most concretely. And I think it's important for us to value both, to value both university knowledge and community knowledge, activist knowledge. How can all these sites work together? That is, for me, an important question that upcoming young women and non-binary others have to face and have to figure out. How can we make sure that more and more of us can be in all of these sites, so that there's not just one kind of human in these kinds of sites, that there are multiple kinds of humans, and that we constantly enlarge what it means to be human, to be an intellectual, to be an artist, to be an activist, to be a change maker. So those are the kinds of questions that I hope everybody will take with them as they're changing the world.
Petra, thank you so much for your time. And I think that you are a fantastic example or embodiment of your advice there, with your theoretical background, your practical background, and of course your work as an activist. So thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for all that inspirational ideas, conversations. And if anyone would like to find out more about Petra's work, they can do so at intellectbooks.com, just by searching for Petra Kuppers, or of course petrakuppers.com, your own website, and then that will take you into a wonderful world of performance, participatory practice, lots of great stuff to read as well. So Petra, thank you so much. Any final thoughts from you?
Thank you very much, James. I really enjoyed talking with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the other people that are going to be part of the series.
Great. Well, thank you again.
Lovely. Thanks, James. It's great.
Hi, Sharon. Good to see you.
James, how are you today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I really appreciate your time. So thank you for joining us today on In Conversation.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you. And
Great.
I love Intellect, and I'm grateful for our partnership and the collaborative work we do together.
Thank you, Sharon. And collaborate we do. We're working on several different projects, and we've been collaborating for a number of years. But before we get into a discussion of some of the exciting new books that we have coming in the near future, I wanted to talk a little bit more about you, about your history and how you got to where you are today, because this interview series is all about celebrating female leaders, female academic leaders, and female creatives, and of course a number of intellect authors as well. So you're an artist, you're an educator. I certainly know your work as an advocate, and let's not forget, of course, a fantastic editor and writer. What came first for you, and how do you balance these different roles? I think that's really important to say, someone who's a leadership within academia or within the arts. It seems that, it's not enough to just be one thing. You have to wear all these different hats. How do you manage that, and how do you feel that, your advocacy, your writing, and your actual art practice, how do they sort of interact and work together?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And I'm thrilled that you're recognizing women and people identify as women in the world. We have so much strength and always have, and I'm so grateful for that. I would say, and thank you for that question. I see everything all together. I don't see any part of what I do to be separate. They all inform one another, and all the roles, and sort of like it's like a big quilt, a big blanket with lots of parts that are tied together. And I'm hoping that that blanket is something, you know, that I represent as something of warmth and comfort for others. What came first was absolutely being having a visual vocabulary, having that practice. And from that came a lot of other things. However, in the 1980s, because I wasn't really trained very well, or not to my teacher's deficit, it was more of me not being able to adopt practices that they were sharing with me or teaching. I wasn't very good in some skills in being able to express myself visually. I actually started with writing, and in the 80s as a semiotic visual form that, well, that's the same meaning. You know, in thinking of semiotics, how words also are visual, and creating installations with words. And then in the mid to late 80s, I transferred. I went to School of the Arts in Chicago and really buckled down and learned more about the visual vocabulary going from words on. So yeah, it's all encompassing. And so I would say writing has always been important to me. Diaristic writing, for the most part, including observations as an artist would do, intangibly with their own visual vocabulary.
That's very interesting, and there's a couple of things I'd like to pick up there. Firstly, it sounded like almost a bit of a labor of love. And did your personal experiences being an artist, and I guess to any kind of creative, it's more about work you put in and experiences that you have, and learning through the experience of others, than it is sort of being gifted some kind of like natural talent. Has that been your experience? And I guess for people who maybe haven't experienced success yet, you do have to knuckle down. You know, there might be hope at the end of the tunnel, kind of thing.
I think I was born very, very different than the rest of my sister's family altogether. And I was born with wanting to share, and be expressive. I think you have to have that as an artist in many ways. I think artists give to the well-being of others, but we're also foundational in how we are the foundation of freedom of speech. Sorry, took me a bit to get that out, because we share in all different ways. And I think that being an artist and the kind of work I was doing when I was a child was a coping skill too for many difficulties, but also I found a tremendous amount of freedom in creating something from scratch. It's incredibly entrepreneurial. If you think about all the creative people in the world, their art forms, whether it's in business or in science or in other sectors, there's a little bit of creativity and artistry in other forms. So I just don't know how to answer that. I think that has to come down to who is an artist today and how that is defined. And certainly the books that we work on together, Intellect and myself and the whole team, including yourself, with the contributors and everybody who's involved as a community, is stoking the fire as to who contemporary artists are today.
Thanks, Sharon. Let's focus a little bit more on your actual art practice as well. You mentioned there that you were definitely impacted by semiotics and Would you say that sort of like philosophy and literary theory and cultural theories were a big influence on you when you were kind of trying to find your own way, you find your own style?
No, I would say actually I was influenced by movement and dance. I was also influenced, I was a big tennis player when I was younger because we had public courts right across the street from where we lived. They're still there today. And I think movement and expression and getting out of my skin in a lot of ways was very impactful for me. The community has always been extremely important. Also embracing and choosing friends as family. That's very, very important. As far as the semiotics, the line has always been impactful as a powerful source of manipulation, but as a steady foundational aspect to all aspects of my work. And I think inspiration came from, I just think, a lot of different sources, honestly, and observation, which I think is part of a definition of an artist even today.
And how about different mediums? You're famous for working in a few. Are there any that you particularly favor, and is there anything about them that you particularly enjoy?
Thank you for using that word famous, but certainly I would not call myself under that term at all, but thank you for your acknowledgement and recognition. That's very kind of you. I would say all of them connect. They're like siblings in a big studio. They all very different personalities, but they all line up together. Although I've had some problems actually physically putting them together. Like, for example, paint with aluminum, they don't seem to get along very well for me at the moment. Or glass and drawing materials, or they're pretty independent, but at the same time, they serve the same purpose of basically creating spaces, whether that's two-dimensionally in windows of imagination and tension and formality, which yields to conceptual meaning, or let's say actually physically creating spaces with aluminum and glass that actually welcome dialogue with architecture, that invite people to be a part of an inclusive environment just by them being in it together with the materials that include them, just by reflectivity and the nature of the materials. They all serve the same purpose.
Thank you. That's cool. And how about space and space? You alluded to that just then as well, because I know that you've done, you've completed smaller works, paintings, things of that nature, but then also larger installations. Is the space important to you, and is it important to you that you experiment in traditional and then sort of more site-specific or non-traditional, non-linear kind of spaces when producing art? Do you always like to look for another challenge, and is space an important part of that challenge for you?
Absolutely. I think we have one short life, and every day is a day to take advantage of. And I feel very privileged. I think it's a privilege to actually live in this life as an artist. I think oftentimes, I think many people don't take the opportunity, or it's not afforded to them necessarily, whether it's time, space, physical capacity, etc. I feel extremely privileged, and part of my privilege is and responsibility is to absolutely share that privilege and to be aware of how important it is to acknowledge and share and actually make space for others. So when I think about space and spatial concerns, I always have to include people in that as a catalyst And that's the same with the books. The books serve as a space for sharing other people's voices. And that's the same in virtually every single thing that I do. I think being a catalyst is a tremendous way to live a life. And I feel incredible gratitude for that.
Well, and I think we should give you your flowers for your achievements there, because I think you have many. You've been a successful leader, an artist, an educator, and perhaps most successfully an advocate. But I think, you know, seeing your work as kind of like a vessel for others is very, very impressive. And I think you deserve your flowers for that. And we're here to celebrate, you know, people's achievements. So I think that is a really important achievement. And I think many of the people you have shone a light on would agree with me there. So
thank you. I honestly thank you. If I were to have a bouquet of flowers, you know, I think about sharing them with the people who have helped me get to this point. There are many people, and many people are deceased, but nonetheless, many people have come before me, especially people who identify as women. They're the people who have given me a lot of strength. There are tremendous people that have come before me or here now that have so much strength, that voice, that just thinking of like AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who actually we live in AOC's district. Okay. And I'm super admiring of her voice. One thing I would say is, as a woman, and proudly as a woman, when I share deficits of things that I think that should be changed, oftentimes some people may think of it as me as being a Debbie Downer, or someone who is a person who isn't living positively. But you know what? Criticism is information, and it's not apathy. And when we don't share in any capacity, we perhaps hold back moving things forward. And I think it takes a lot of courage to be able to share things that may be judged negatively. And I actually think that any kind of opportunity to share is a positive aspect. And I'll just say this: if I didn't care about certain things, I wouldn't say a thing. So my investment in the things that I've been grateful, I'm very grateful and privileged to be able to have in positions of living in, have been, it's a responsibility for me to be able to share both the difficulties that I think that have to be taken on, and then also celebrating where we are today in collaboration. I know I'm speaking very generally, but if people look at the things and the partnerships that I have with different organizations, we take these journeys together. And if the spaces weren't challenging, it would just mean that we're not affecting change them. We are affecting change. I like living in uncomfortable spaces because it pushes me to get off the couch, as a metaphor.
Well, let's talk about that then as well, because you've had a very busy few years, and to say the least, with the writing, with the success of the Living and Sustaining Creative Life books, and of course the travel that must have come with that, to take those books on tour domestically around the United States, but also Canada and the rest of the world as well. You know, to make those books a huge success and to reach such a wide audience. But we can talk a bit more about those momentarily. But I've also, while we've been talking about your own work as an artist, you've been showing for the first time in 5 years or more. How was that experience, and how have things changed? Because I suppose the last time you showed your paintings and sculptures would have been prior to the pandemic, and now sort of in that new world that's emerging post. Anything you'd like to say about that?
Absolutely. Thank you for that wonderfully generous question. I would say that having a solo exhibition or having the invitation to have a solo exhibition is an invitation to share, and it is a privilege. And so what I decided to do was actually share that space and have our solo show, which means that we meaning many people I feel like I collaborate with, who I'm honored to be with, we all came together and created a living space in a gallery to push the idea of what is a gallery today, and how can we feel comfortable living with work, and also to think about even just how living spaces are established and set up, how windows of work actually grow with us every day, and they increase our own well-being of either relaxation or challenging of thinking, or both and more. So I felt like that was really successful. I felt that kudos to my dealer, Jennifer Armetta at Engage Projects, who's doing a tremendous amount of work in empowering artists come together in this a space that she's developed in. She's just tireless advocate for artists, and I love collaborating with her, and I'm honored to be a part of her team. Team being a lot of artists that we all come together to be a part of her vision. So I love that idea. And now in 2024, although I'm going to have a solo exhibition where I'm not going to share the space with the walls and the physical space with people, but I'm hoping that we'll have some events to bring people in, and that'll be great, and that'll be in Chicago. In the meantime, I've been doing a lot of projects that are mostly commissions, and I love doing commissions because that's an opportunity to collaborate with smaller groups, architects, designers, and certainly individuals and organizations who embrace the work. I'm very excited about a project next summer with an arts council in Colorado, and to be able to share my work, but from the work as a seed, then advocacy coming from that. And I'm just excited beyond words about that, and to get on the road again next summer. I'll be we're planning on going through the state of Colorado, and James, I haven't even talked to you about that yet. So hopefully that will kick off a tour with the books again. And because I like to do everything at once, but also going out into the field and listening to artists, and then being a catalyst to get their voices out into the world.
Well, how did your work recently in Chautauqua, how did that compare? Well, because I know that's taken up a chunk of your time, and yeah. I feel like that must be like a conduit for advocacy, for creativity, and for shining a light again on some of your collaborators, and again for educating the new next generation. Tell us a little bit about what the project and what the mission is of Chautauqua, and how your role there, kind of, or your leadership there, kind of came about, and what it entailed.
Well, I'm big mission believer. Like I'm very dedicated to organizations' mission in collaboration. The same with Intellect. We have the same values, and I love working with a smaller team to take journeys together. Chautauqua has been around since 1874, and then the Chautauqua School of Art residency program and the School of Art period has been around since 1909, and that now it's developed its name to Chautauqua Visual Arts, which has 4 pillars, similar to the 4 pillars of Chautauqua. That we have a lecture series, we have community classes, which are called special studies. We also have this wonderful residency program, and which is the keystone to the Chautauqua Visual Arts. And then we have our galleries, which are tremendous and run by a wonderful team. And we all work together in matching overall Chautauqua institution's vision by the content of what we present. Chautauqua is a wonderful place that actually brings culture in to cultivate it and then gets it out into the world through the people that we bring in, and promotes conversation, tremendous amount of discourse, and lifelong learning. And I've been thrilled and honored to be at Chautauqua. I feel grateful for the people who have given me the opportunity to work with them, to be able to shape a program, to bring it into our current century, and to give opportunities to others, specifically underrepresented individuals, to let them shine and truly have an inclusive space, which includes an intergenerational program. Last year we had our residency this past summer, we had ages 21 to 75 for all different walks of life. And our admissions process is tremendously open and has low barriers of entry, unlike other programs that make it difficult to apply. So, and many other parts of the program, and you can read about it at art.chq.org. And I'm just thrilled with where Don Kimes, his legacy, who's been around for was there for 33 years and still very much alive and as an artist who has given me this opportunity to take his legacy and grow that.
Thanks for the explanation, Sharon. It sounds like a fascinating place, and what an important mission.
You'll have to visit, James.
I know. I would love to. We'll make that happen for sure.
Okay, very good.
Would you say that it's an important place specifically for working artists to identify as female?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a working place that for anyone who identifies as whatever they wish to identify as.
Right.
It's absolutely a place of I always want it to be a brave space for conversation and meaning, that a brave space is a place hopefully that doesn't have judgment, although that's impossible being human beings, but that people with the same or similar values coming together. I think the strength of women, and I have predominantly women in our team, the strength of women running a program like many other leaders in the country, who may not even be recognized because of their gender. That still happens today, sadly. I feel that women are not only classically nurturers, but we have the strength to and capacity to listen, to absorb, to then courage, strength to be able to maybe I'll put my hands up and say, okay, stop for a moment. I'd love to listen, and let's work together and move forward. And I'm not saying that people identify as men don't have that, but I think oftentimes at least in the United States, the history has been dominated by white straight men. And I'm thrilled that we're slowly coming to a point where we can have equality. However, we still are not there yet as far as wages and opportunities, and also our voices not being squashed. When we do speak out in different ways, we're often called like we're crazy or we're difficult. And I just find that to be absurd in so many ways, because women give life to men physically. And I just don't understand why that isn't even recognized as that one sole point among thousands of other points that embrace who we are.
Leading on from that then, would you identify any specific barriers that we, that we can help dismantle. And I mean, I know there's millions, but I guess, you know, we work together, you know, from a publishing perspective, you know, so maybe how can publishers and the academic disciplines or academia in general help to dismantle some of these barriers that are clearly in place that are still affecting equality and women's access in general?
Well, I think Intellect does it well, because you give opportunities for so many different people, all different genders and sexual orientation, and people of different backgrounds.
That is very important to us, for sure.
Absolutely, of all races and ages, to give them opportunities to have those voices. But in other academic situations, wow, I just think less judgment. I think having the courage to listen in different ways, having also the courage to academia to take the risks in, and I don't know, this won't happen in a short time. It might take a long time, but perhaps maybe people's talents are elsewhere that can come to academia that are not in academia. Like myself, I wear so many hats. I love wearing all of those hats, academia just being one of those hats. But I feel as though other people may have a little bit of a finger or fingernail in academia, but then they have all these other talents. Why not bring them in? And as far as women goes, I think that less of a judgment. I think of the I'm very, I think at times and I'm working on this, James, a lot, to be unfiltered. And I find, yes, I have to work on that, but oftentimes I feel that filtering comes from people who want to see a sort of directive that has been traditional. And I think taking, working with tradition, but then also having these new ideas and taking a leap in there and trusting women to be able to take that wand and run with it, is something that I'm hoping for more and more. I bring up AOC, and also there's many other women. I just think also about Ida B. Wells, how courageous she was, and many other people of color and different sexual orientation who did not have as much of a voice in the suffrage movement as white women, and I applaud them too. But I just thinking about the ones who we're slowly getting to know more. And I think when I think about those women, the amount of courage they had to speak out in such criticality and oppression, we have come a long way, but in many communities, we may still be there. And I'm hoping that in academia, they catch up to a contemporary ways of thinking, especially in the visual arts, that visual arts are not just tied to the marketplace. We have many ways of thinking of who contemporary artists are and how to sustain a creative life. Thus the books there to show all those different examples through artists that want to share their paths. And then it's up to the readers who either adopt some of those practices or not to move their lives forward. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity right now, and that's the most positive aspect to where we are today. And I'm so looking forward to the next hour and the next day and the next month and the next years, hopefully, to be able to chart those waters. And if there's failure, that just means there's opportunity for learning to be able to go forward, and even the creativity to resist against things, to be able to clarify where one wants to be in the world.
Well, that's fantastic, Sharon. And I think that leads us nicely to a little discussion of the books and the book series in general. So why don't you tell us what is the book series? How did it come about, and what's the sort of aim? And then maybe we can discuss just briefly the books that you've been involved with, but then also the platform you've now created along with Intellect to provide space for artists and creatives working in different disciplines. And let's talk a bit about how the series has evolved from its gestation as well.
Wow. Well, I can't get that all in.
No, that's a big question.
So I'll leave Intellect too, to leave you and others in Intellect can also share. But wow, because of your courage and Intellect's courage, and I'm just thinking about May and some a point where we were at a point of there was a critical point where the book had sold out even before it made it on its shelves, and you all just pulled up your bootstrap and said, we're going to do this and move forward. And we're almost at our 10th year next year of the first book, and it's still selling. I know that Alfred University, for example, just bought a lot of our books for their incoming class, and many people are still taking those books and putting them in their backpacks and carrying them with them in their purses, because they're carrying those voices with them. And I just can't thank Intellect enough, but also the courage of the contributors to be able to share their stories of how they sustain their lives, which spark further conversation. They're not meant to be able to share everything, that of their lives. That would be a lot of volumes. We couldn't do that. So it's just a seeds of sparking that conversation. I see books as a place of beginning, and not a place of end, and not just storing like all these books on my shelf. Those are all talking voices, and to grab and to actually hear in my mind those voices, and they're still alive today. So I took the opportunity, and with Intellect, all of the team at Intellect is still incredibly supportive, to be able to bring alive those voices in these growing book tours, where there were conversation tours, where we went to total 164 stops, and then kept talking, and I kept traveling, and still to this day, even through the pandemic. I'm really grateful to Intellect too for the delay of the last artist standing, Artists Over 50. Cannot wait until that book comes out. We're delayed because of the pandemic, but I'm really happy we did that, because then those stories inevitably will change and inspire other people.
Let me just jump in there very quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, but just for those who might not be aware, this is going to be so that'll be the third book in the series proper, right? And could you just very briefly just explain like what the first and the second book were, and then what the focus of this third book?
Very good, thank you. I jumped over that. You're right. The focus of the first book was that Living a Sustaining Creative Life: Essays by 40 Working Artists. I had the honor of Amy, who is then with Intellect as a representative of Intellect, was in the audience, who's tremendous, and I owe her so much. I adore her, and she had this great insight. She was in the audience of a panel I was moderating of how to make a living with or without a gallery dealer, and there was about 400 people there. And the question I had in my mind was, it's wonderful that people are here to participate by attending this discussion, but it's also brings a question: why are they here, and what are the dependencies that have been filtered into academia and other spaces that are centered around a lot of mythology and romanticism. And so when Amy came to me and said, what kind of book would you want to do? And I said, I can't even write an artist statement very well. I'm still working on that as an artist. It's always, I think many people have that challenge.
The tough thing to do.
So I said, how about if we, bring out a book that I haven't seen? which are voices of how people actually sustain their life today. And by doing so, we are re-examining who contemporary artists are today. And so the second book, though, is Artist as Culture Producer, which was really about how artists have one leg into their practice and another leg into entrepreneurial endeavors, and that people don't even think of artists that way. And then the third book is going to be Last Artist Standing, Artist Over 50, which is a tremendous book, very emotionally charged, because I think people who are over 50 have gone through a lot, because especially artists, I think physically, to enable them the practice continuing to make work, but also mentally and thriving and striving to continue on, to be able to have that courage to share their voices, especially people who identify as women. They're often invisible. Actually, in the United States, I can't speak for other countries very well because I'm not living in those countries, but from observation in many other countries, just observation. But definitely, in fact, in this country, women are often invisible after menopausal years. And that is very much true. And yet artists who are over 50, they keep striving. And even though they're not looked at as much as younger people, and this is also the fault of the art world, definitely the art or all different art worlds, that women over 50 are not looked at as much. And I find that to be extremely disheartening and difficult. And so most of the people in the book are people who identify as women who are underrepresented and in all different ways. And I'm mostly people of color, and I give it up to them and want to honor them as far as them moving forward. And the patience that Intellect has had with me has been tremendous. But I think we all agree we want to produce a really good book. And so the wait, I think, is worth it. And then I'll take that on tour as long as I'm physically able. So I'm really looking forward to that, and hopefully starting that with Colorado in the summer. That's what I'd like to do.
So exciting, and I'm really looking forward to helping you out and getting you back on the road with
collaborating together. Oh, and
Definitely.
we have to talk about the other series, right? So,
yeah.
Sorry, the other
please.
series, it came out of conversations with Intellect and Tim Mitchell and certainly you and Holly Rose and so many people, and Gabriel beforehand, who I loved, who and Mark Lewis, who has always been such a great believer in thinking, okay, how can we share books and a place for other people of different art forms, and share their stories, and to be able to start conversations. And these conversations don't really happen in academia. That's where, actually circling back, where I think academia has a responsibility to share how people can sustain their lives from different paths. They don't have to answer the question specifically, but they do have to really be able to at least show, so they don't have to answer it specifically, meaning there's not one way to be an artist or a creative person, but there are different paths that they can offer, just like great teaching is, which teaching, I believe a good teacher is a catalyst and someone who offers different information that can hopefully be as unbiased as possible and be mission leading of the organization. So there are the book that Storytellers of Art Histories is out now, which is of two, and the thing that Intellect has done too is, first, I was asked to do this series myself. And I was like, there's no way. I really want to collaborate with different people who don't have the opportunity, who are perhaps underrepresented, who I feel they could have those voices and amplify those voices. both the editors and the people in the books, and also the people outside the books, or people who want to read the books in advance and give their takes and quotes, as I have on the 2 books and the third in the foundational series. So this other Living, Sustained, and Creative Life series is an offshoot, but also in the family. And we'll have, actually, I haven't even talked to Tim about this, but I have somebody for theater, which is fantastic, who's just confirmed. And then writing is coming out really soon. We'll have music coming out soon. The Storyteller books is out, and I wanted art history to be re-examined about the relevance of what it is today, and how important it is, and what is the form of art history and art historians. And it is a powerful, incredible book, and it's getting a lot of traction, and I'm absolutely thrilled. I want to take these books with me on the series, and also give the opportunities of these conversations live to these editors.
Wonderful, Sharon. Thank you. Look, I know that we've taken up a lot of your time and you have a very busy schedule. So I want to thank you so much for joining us today on In Conversation.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your work and all your advocacy, not only on behalf of Intellect, but on behalf of all the people that you've inspired and that you've helped. So thank you so much. And again, I really appreciate your time today, and we're very much looking forward to the next book in the series and to the expansion of the existing 2 series and all the other work that comes from you, whether it be art practice, in future gallery spaces, solo or collaborative, and of course more books, the more the merrier. But if anyone out there would like to find out more about Sharon, any of her work, or in any of these different roles, I would suggest they go to www.intellectbooks.com. You can find out a lot more there about the different books and the series that Sharon's been involved with. But of course, you have your own website as well, which I believe is sharonlouden.com or something similar. So people can just Google that, or Google Sharon Louden, and a wealth and depth of content and information will come up. Do check out her visual art practice. Absolutely fantastic stuff, even though she'll probably be very self-deprecating. But thank you again for everything. Thanks for joining us. And it's been wonderful to have you part of In Conversation today.
I can't thank you enough, James, and everybody at Intellect who consider my family members, and taking journeys with you has been life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Sharon. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hey, Sabrina. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Well, I should say welcome back to In Conversation. It's great to have you back. You were actually one of my first guests at the start of the pandemic when we began this In Conversation series. Seems a while ago now, doesn't it?
It seems. I feel like it's like at least one lifetime ago at this point.
yeah, definitely. It feels a bit like we're in the metaverse as far as I'm concerned. Well, the reason I wanted to bring you back, though, is to take part in our celebration of female academic leaders, which is an interview series we're sort of coinciding with Women's Equality Day. And I wanted to get you on because I think you really represent the new generation, the next generation, the emerging generation of female academic leaders. I think you've got a lot of insight, and I think you've got a lot to share, and you can maybe help demystify that process for some of the younger emerging women in academia, and people who identify as women within academia and the creative industries, for example. So I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions today. It's also been a real pleasure to see your own kind of career blossom and develop since pre-pandemic, and then you managed to survive, develop, and progress through the pandemic, which is a real achievement. From personal challenge through career challenge, through all these different things that people have faced, and it's great to see you come out and to have a success story and books published and all these other exciting things. So I did want to just tap into that today. But firstly, do you consider yourself a leader?
I don't know. I think that's tricky. I mean, I try to be one for anyone who's like following after me. Like, I do have students, but I also have younger academics who start out with their PhDs, or not necessarily younger, but less advanced.
Yeah.
Obviously ask questions, and I try to be my best at giving them sound advice that isn't just like, yes, do a PhD, because there's so many caveats to this now in the current job market. But or when it comes to publishing, where do you go, what do you do, stuff like that. So I've definitely done that. I don't know if that makes me a leader, but at least a quasi mentor.
Do you find it challenging when you're dealing with students who are, who are only just a little bit behind you, perhaps, in terms of, I mean, again, you've achieved so much in such a short period in terms of publishing and in terms of teaching, but it wasn't that long ago that you were submitting your own PhD thesis. So does that bring its own challenges to try to encourage people who perhaps are older than you? I assume you probably have encountered some form of ageism at times as well.
Yeah, I mean, there always is, like, I mean, there's always, especially older men who look down on younger women, but I've also had some really positive experiences with older, like actual senior students who've been very nice, actually, and very, very good to work with, and recognize me as the teacher rather than trying to undermine me or anything like that. I mean, it happens more with colleagues than it does with students. Not all of that, but some of that. So yeah, I mean, it can be tricky, but sometimes it's also an advantage to be close in age to some of my students, for instance, because there's less of a generational gap. I mean, not that I know anymore what they're doing. I'm not on TikTok. I don't know what's going on with most of their media consumption, but at least I'm slightly closer. And then my students are further advanced if they're like advanced MA students, but sometimes the same age or just a few years apart. So it can be an advantage more than anything as well. So.
Well, it's interesting because you mentioned TikTok, and don't worry, we're not going to slide down into that. But no reels required. But at the same time, you do have a very prominent social media presence, and I think with regard to some of the topics that you discuss, which are often in popular culture, gender studies, things of this nature, I think having a frame of reference that is very firmly in the popular zeitgeist, such as social media, is part of that leadership role that you have, engaging with people in a different way using different platforms. So yeah, do you feel like social media is an important tool for the academic leader and for people who are in a position like yourself going forward?
I do think so. I mean, for now, academia is still very active on Twitter, which is not where our students are anymore. But at least for like academic networking, Twitter has been very, very helpful actually over the years. Like for me, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages of dealing with trolls or whatever else. I mean, that's what the block button is for. And I mean, when there's 2 or 3 times I've gone viral, and it's always been completely nonsensical stuff. I mean, I've had some spirited debates about actual meaningful topics as well in smaller circles, but like in terms of social media viral posts, I just had one on people having too many tote bags when they're over 30.
Okay. Yeah.
And it had 75,000 likes. So I feel
that's
like
so
it's gonna be and more because it was shared by all these Instagram pages.
Oh, I got it through my personal, and I was like, hang on a minute. Yeah, I actually I couldn't believe that.
Yeah,
it was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Yeah, no, but it's stuff like that. But I mean, at least it also, gets people talking. And then if people know you from work, then it's that. And the only other more like viral post that wasn't even anywhere close at like 8,000 likes was like me making fun of my university's corporate design. But it ended up with an interview in a local newspaper about it, and it ended up being good publicity for the university, even though not everyone at the university agrees with me on this, but some people do. Yeah, but it's stuff like that. I mean, and aside from that, you have networking. You can stay in touch with people on social media that you meet at conferences or whatever. So I do think it's very important. And during the pandemic, I mean, without social media, I don't think a lot of stuff would have happened.
No, I mean, and talking about leadership, though, you've also been an editor, a book editor, on several projects throughout the pandemic, and I imagine communication was a challenge in that. But yeah, tell us a little bit about some of just about being an editor.
Yeah.
You're leading a project in that sense, pretty much, kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, like, I warn everyone to not edit books, or if they do know what they're doing, like, that this is going to be challenging, and it's project management, and you have to be on top of your stuff, and the more authors are involved, the worse it gets. I mean, I've had vastly different experiences on, how many has it been? I want to say 5 books. And I don't want to edit any more of them ever again. I think I'm going to do special issues of journals because it's so much more contained. It's like 5 authors and you have an existing infrastructure rather than 60. I just finished a Routledge handbook. Sorry for other publisher name.
No, that's quite all right.
With 60 authors. And I mean, I had 2 co-editors.
Wow.
But yeah, I cannot recommend it.
Well, it's funny because I often suggest to people very professionally that they shouldn't edit books and they should go back and have a look at one of our 110 peer-reviewed journal publications and perhaps consider utilizing one of those as a platform to disseminate this knowledge in a different way. And I think that there's a lot to be said for editing collections and anthologies, handbooks and things of this nature. But I do really still think that the journal and the special themed issue of a journal can often be the way to go for most people. And again, you can have greater impact, greater circulation, higher citations. And as you've said, you've got an existing infrastructure in place there that you can utilize. So you're giving yourself a head start rather than, you know, someone used the analogy once to me. It's like editing an academic book is like herding cats who all speak a different dialect of Martian. And I think that's quite a good way of putting it.
And I mean, there's that, it's the herding cats, but it's also just, I mean, you have to write the book proposal, you have to go through the peer review with the proposal. Then by the time you make it through that, there may already be people dropping out at some point in the submission process. You might get drafts that aren't quite there, and it, you know, and it's this whole thing. And I mean, a few of these I've done through the pandemic. I mean, I've also had really positive experiences. So the fan phenomena Disney I've done for you guys that just went off to print actually.
Yeah.
Yesterday has been really fun because it's just me, so I didn't have to coordinate with other editors. Not that I'm hard to work with, but it's still less cats because all the executive decisions are with me, so I don't have to constantly schedule meetings, write emails, etc. And the authors in that case were, I mean, I looked through, like, it was sort of an open call almost through Twitter, but also through people I already knew who I knew were experts in this niche. So it was much easier to work with them because they all knew what they were doing. So the drafts I received were, you know, they were sound. And that didn't even matter, like, how far advanced they were in their careers. It just mattered to me if, you know, they were writing on, they knew what they were writing on because it was their niche. So that was really smooth, really. So,
well, that's a nice transition now. Tell us a bit more about Fan Phenomena Disney, because you helped us resurrect this series, really, because Intellect for many years published a series called Fan Phenomena, which looks at subjects and topics and the fandom and the phenomena that surround, well, the fandom that surrounds these phenomena, I suppose you should say. And, you know, there's been some great hits and there's been a few misses. It's been a really interesting series, but, you know, we kind of thought we'd put it to bed, and you came along with Fan Phenomena Disney. Fantastic proposal, soon to be a fantastic book. Really glad to see it come to fruition and go to print. But tell us a little bit about some of the topics, some of the essays and articles, and what's so interesting about Disney fandom in general.
So yeah, I mean, Disney fandom is huge, obviously, and it has a very long history. I mean, the fandom is as old as the company, and the company turns 100 next year. And I mean, to be fair, most of all of the articles focus on fandom as it is right now. There aren't many historical perspectives. That's maybe something to look into in the future, because I mean, there was fandom in the 50s, there was fandom the whole time. But there's a few essays that just deal with Disney parks fans, people who go out to meet characters in the parks, and that's their thing, and how Disney handles that. There's articles on what Disney fans were doing when the parks were closed during the pandemic, like rebuilding rides in their backyard, things like that.
Health and safety nightmares.
Yeah, there's essays on Frozen because it was such a huge phenomenon, also of like child fans and how children engaged with that film or that franchise as it is by now. There's all kinds of things. There's a special version of cosplay called Disney Bounding that people do when they go to the parks, because Disney doesn't allow people to dress up in full costumes, as not to be confused with like the official characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things. I also did some interviews with like social media influencers, creators, to talk about their work. I talked with Victoria Wade, who's a Black woman we also talked about the racism she experienced as an influencer, because I mean, most of the social media influencers with Disney are white people. And middle class, upper class white people, and white women specifically. I also talked to Sean Roselle, who's also a YouTube creator who's Black, who transitioned his channel from solely like Disney Parks content into doing more historical stuff on race and racism, also with Disney, and sort of now sits in the middle of the two of the things. Those things are in there. I also did a panel discussion with 3 other academics, Jingan Young, Michelle Underbach, and Bertha Chin, on the live action Mulan, and why that was bad. But also obviously the larger issues of race, colonialism, and so on, but that Disney as a company constantly deals with, and all the controversies surrounding that film specifically as well. So yeah, it's a good mixed bag of things.
I know. I think I applaud you for that. I think it's one of the things which is great about the book is that you cover so many different angles and things that make the book genuinely intriguing to just a regular Disney fan. But then you open so many doors to unpack and deconstruct some of these major issues, which of course are even more pertinent right now than perhaps they ever have been in the past. But then also to historicize them and place them within the Disney, the canon, or within the history of Disney. I found it fascinating, and then it made me go and look and do some, get some like look at some data and be like, oh crikey, really? Okay, that is wow, I didn't realize that. Or like how much money they generated from live action Mulan merchandise or from the Frozen franchise alone. And then of course, let's not forget that they of course own many other things that we consider huge franchises on their own, such as Star Wars, and all the things that come from that, and how they've dealt with controversies around political characters or actors and actresses who have been politicized. So no, great. It's a great book. It covers such a wealth and depth of topics. But of course, it's not the first time that you have dealt with Disney for Intellect, and this is an interesting thing as well, because another great book, celebrated award-winning book. Tell us a bit about Middle Class Kingdoms, but also I would let's talk about the book first and foremost, but then also maybe we could talk a bit about how that was in fact from your dissertation and how you developed that into a publishable monograph, because I think there's people out there listening and who would find a lot of hope from that too. But tell us first of all, what's the book and what's it about?
Yeah, Middle Class Kingdoms, a cultural history of the Disneyland theme parks is exactly what it says. It's I'm looking at all the Disneylands around the world, in the US and Europe and Asia, and their cultural histories and how they came about. So look at what influenced their design at the moment it was designed. Obviously, means Disneyland in Anaheim in the 50s to Shanghai Disney in 2016. And look at how class was a big factor in audience targeting, and still is for Disney, in terms of that's why it's called Middle Class Kingdoms, although to be fair at this point there's less and less of a middle class, so it's more of an upper class venue at this point. But yeah, that's essentially the book, and I've been very happy that it's doing well, and which also has to do with the fact it's open access. So a lot of people have been citing it, but also I know a bunch of people who've just read it out of interest. And yeah, it's always funny. Someone tells you at a conference, I read your book, and I'm like, what? Why? You don't even work on theme parks. So I was like, it just looked interesting. So yeah.
I mean, and that's one of the things that, you know, it's a very complicated issue, and it's one of the things that many of us in publishing are trying to navigate, is how we can make more content open access, but also ensure that it's rigorous quality, and that, you know, we can still, you know, pay our staff as well. But in this case, it was fantastic that we were able to produce a book which people are still paying for as well, but also we were able to remove that paywall and make a truly open access volume as well. And, you know, hopefully that does shed some light on your work, and, you know, hopefully opens some doors for other people too. Hey, I digress, but it's a wonderful book as well. And tell us a little bit about how you turned it from, you know, a dissertation, a thesis, an idea during your PhD into you know, a published monograph. And I know I was involved in that, but I was being hustled mainly because
Yeah.
in a good way. But it's you know, I know how much work went into that. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, so in Germany, we are forced to publish our dissertations as monograph fairly soon after, and we have a ticking clock to do so. So when we write dissertations, we already write them with a book in mind. So it's perhaps a bit different for people who come from US or UK contexts or elsewhere to make that leap, because I know some of their theses are much more, they have a bigger, heavier, like theory part, stuff like that you might take out in publication for monograph. So actually my modifications were not as big in the end, because I already knew it would have to be a book, and I had already hoped to put it with Intellect as well. So what I did was really like look back on the introduction, and I had some intro parts. I reworked that and wrote more of a book introduction rather than a thesis introduction. So it also involved cutting some of the theory, or like condensing it more, making it more accessible to anyone who didn't do all the research on this stuff. Or and yeah, basically also just look through everything again and make sure it's current. Obviously, by the time you like between turning in the thesis and then actually having your manuscript, at least the one that goes off to print, there's still time. So I mean, it was updated. I looked for new literature that had come out in the meantime, which happened to be a bunch of things, because suddenly when I started doing my thesis, nobody was working on Disneyland, or hardly anyone was. There were some people working on theme parks with me. But there wasn't much. There was some literature, and most of it was very outdated. But then suddenly, so I also got very lucky, I think, with the book. By the time it came out, there was more research. There were more people thinking and working on this, and it's been that way since. This is also why people suddenly cite it and say, "Oh, well, this is helpful to me," because more people are working on Disney, again, and Disney parks specifically. So
it seems to be a burgeoning field, and, you know, that you were at the head of as well. But I increasingly see more and more content, academic content around Disney in general, but around theme parks specifically. So it's sometimes you got to take a risk, I suppose. But just to go back to my joke there, and obviously joking aside, saying, you know, but you were hustling, you kind of were, because, you know, this is I think something that is helpful for maybe early career researchers to hear, is that you were at conferences and you were like, okay, yeah, I haven't got my PhD yet. I mean, I haven't got like a full position yet, but I'm going to go and speak to these editors who represent these, you know, prestigious publishers, and I'm going to speak to them. And I'm sure some of them were gatekeepers and closed the door. But, you know, in the end, the book was published because of that belief in the project, a belief in yourself, but also because you're the kind of person who was deconstructing, you know, the usual path, the usual narrative, and just saying, well, no, that's not good enough, actually. You know, and I think for maybe early career, especially those identifying as women, I think that's a really important pathway. So perhaps you could just reflect on that, but also maybe reflect on some of the barriers and challenges that you think are affecting people who identify as women within academia and more broadly speaking.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is true for all early career people, and I mean for everyone who isn't perhaps. I mean, there's obviously sexism that women face, but also more in terms of diversity. If you aren't white, if you aren't, you know, cisgender, stuff like that. But Yeah, I think it was really beneficial that I got the opportunity to go to a big conference like PCA in 2016, where we first met, because I got some funding from them, like travel grant, to come over, where you have the chance to talk to publishers, because especially if you're over in Germany or in some other countries where many of these like big conferences are taking place, you sort of cut off. And then even if you're in the States, the funding is always the crucial thing of being able to go to the place, and do these meetings, because it's much easier to do them in person and just find someone that you also get on with, because there's so much, it's so important to have like a decent relationship with your publisher. There's so many like big conglomerates now where maybe some people that work for them are still sound, but they're overworked as well. And quite often you're just, you don't have anyone taking care of you. And if it's your first book and if it's your thesis, sort of gets, you get lost in the rubble, and maybe you get a really bad deal and then nobody ever sees your book. So yeah, I can always recommend just trying to go to a conference, and if you really can't, then at least be courageous in approaching publishers. But if you can, approach people in person, tell them this is my thesis, but I think it would be a good book, and this is why I think so, and just, believe in your own work. And there will be some people who turn you down. I mean, I was told by some publishers even then, like, we don't publish dissertations, only to be later to that's not even true. And
yeah, or also things are shifting as well, and I think some of those old traditions, rules, have been arbitrary and pointless for years. And I think perhaps as a result of the pandemic, it's dragged a few of the older, more established publishers, no need to mention any names, but it's dragged them into the latest century, or maybe into the last, and it's making them realize that, like, oh, okay, we can break down some of these needless barriers, such as, oh, we don't publish dissertations. Well, in actuality, some of the best work is now monographs being developed from dissertations. And I think that goes into something you said earlier as well, whereby, in Germany things are a bit different, but I think in the US, the UK, and around the world now, people who are undertaking their PhD and they're writing their thesis are often being told to develop it in such a way that it could be directly published as a research monograph or as some form of book with minor to no real edits or alterations, so you don't need to cut out 30,000 words of today I will do this, or like here's a list of every book that was ever written that you need to read before you can write your own, which are all important parts of academia, etc., to reference and to show that you know this field. But I do think there's been a real shift, and I think your success is representative of that, but also this advice and guidance that you're saying there, to go and speak to publishers, to do research and due diligence, to find those who might be more willing to work with a younger emerging scholar, or who focuses attention to, people who represent different backgrounds, to people of color, to women, to different genders, to all these different things, whatever they might be. Again, I digress, but I think there's been some serious shifts.
Yeah, I can only hope so. And I mean, in my experience, it's always been much nicer and also with better results for the publication, and everyone involved if it was a smaller publisher. And just, a more personable approach to because you're supposed to work together. Like, this is, it's supposed to be a working relationship. And as I said, with bigger publishers, like, there's so much outsourcing happening of typesetting, but also copy editing of things like that to India and other countries, where it's just exploitative labor as well. And there's that question of, do you want to support that if you put your book out and you don't get any money? Like, you still don't get they shortchange you in royalties most of the time. I mean, my royalties with Intellect have been decent, so it's not like I'm gonna get rich from them, but like comparatively to what other people are doing, and the service you get from it, essentially, you're at least someone, there was a decent editor that by name, that you've personally worked with, who was reliable, looking over your stuff, and then there was copy editing, typesetting, there were several rounds of proofs, etc., that you had a look in on. All of this is no longer happening with some publishers.
I mean, I guess without going into too many details, I think it's really important that people really check their contracts and don't aren't just glad they've got a contract. Make sure it's a contract that's going to work for you, that you're not going to lose your rights or intellectual property rights, and that you're going to receive a decent royalty. Now, that could be, it might not equate to a lot of money depending on the book and the sales, but at least it can be a decent percentage or an equitable percentage, that's fair for all people involved. And I mean, I will just say, obviously, from a publisher's perspective, it's also a very challenging time to break even, let alone make profit on these books. But that doesn't mean you can't be equitable, and it doesn't mean that you have to either abuse the trust of an author or to have to outsource to places that we work with people all over the world, and we do outsource some things, but you can work with the right partners and not with the cheapest, as it were. So yeah, I think as an author and as an early career scholar, however you identify, whoever you are, it's important to make sure you do your due diligence when it comes to choosing the right publisher, and also to make sure that you're not going to get shortchanged on any aspect, whether that be the marketing, the quality control, but of course what you get paid and all of that too. And that goes for all artists, of course.
And stick up for yourself, or at least ask questions. And I think the first thing when you said my book might be a paperback, one of my first questions was am I going to get better royalties then? And I did. But that makes sense. You can at least ask and see if it can be renegotiated if something were to change along the way, because I do know that with some publishers, they do put out your book as a paperback a year later, and I think nothing changes for the author sometimes. And it's again, there's zero communication about a lot of stuff happening. And I've known people I didn't even know my book was out.
I mean, you've got to work as well. There's long have the day is gone when you deal with an agent, or you deal with an editor, and then you hand in a manuscript and they do this, and the marketing's a thing for the publisher. You have to be involved in the process. But if you're I think that puts maybe younger, earlier career scholars, or not necessarily even younger, but those with more of a contemporary understanding of the way things works. It gives them a real advantage, because they're ready to take on the challenge of being of collaboration, rather than simply, well, I did the writing bit, okay, over to you. Now it's much more about, okay, that's the start. How do we make this successful? How do we create impact both within and outside of the academy? How do we get paid? How do we sustain knowledge production and the culture industries? These are all really important things. And I think that the new generation is really paving the way and making some more established scholars sit up and, take note. And, and I think the productivity of people like yourself has been really exceptional. And one of the silver linings of the pandemic or the recent years for me. But no, I wanted to ask you a couple questions before we conclude today, because I know that you're very busy as well. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about who's inspired you. And are there any women in particular who've inspired you, either academically, as writers, or anywhere really? Just it's kind of good to know where people get there.
I have to say, in my more personal career, in terms of who my mentors were, they were actually a bunch of men. Because my background is American cultural history, and history specifically as a field in Germany is still very male dominated. So specifically the generation of who would have been my advisors were a lot of them are men. But in terms of, scholarship, there's definitely a bunch of women whose work I've really enjoyed and found really stimulating. It's difficult to pick a specific. I have to say, a lot of the people I find most inspiring, the ones I've actually working with, on an eye level.
Oh, that's cool.
So some people who've written for Fan Phenomena Disney, for instance, like Michelle Angerbach, who's my friend, but I think she's doing some of the most interesting scholarship.
That's great.
Generally in media studies, or on Disney specifically as well, in terms of, looking at colonialism, whose colonial studies within this context. And I think her work is really inspired. And or other women I've met at conferences and I've become friends with. like just at a conference earlier this year, like Hannah Hamad, who's doing Stefan specifically like in film studies, but in terms of like it was a conference in unmade film that I think Intellect also has the book series for, that a bunch of people are doing, and she's just working on the victims of serial killers, like obviously female victims and stuff like that. So like a really cool feminist approach to film studies as well, or to media studies. And there's people like that, and I mean it's mostly the people that I know and have been out like drinking with and stuff, but it's
That's
like
great.
some of the coolest people I think that I find just inspiring every day to work
That's
with.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's great to know. And of course, people can get a full list of that by going onto the website, intellectbooks.com, and having a look at the book, and then go and do a bit of research around those people who you see there. But also, what's on the horizon for you? What's next? Any dreams, aspirations, or what books? Are you working on another book or any other exciting projects? Anything you can divulge?
I think my most aspirational thing is get more rest, especially after the last 2-3 years. No, I'm legitimately looking forward to having wrapped up some projects or about to be wrapped. Like, I mean, Fan Phenomena went off to print. The Routledge book is done. I have another book with Intellect coming out on New York and music. That's now the manuscript also just went a month ago to peer review at least. So if the peer review isn't complete, like, I mean, it's sort of in the end stages depending on the peer review. So once that stuff is wrapped, I'm supposed to write another monograph, because that's also the German system telling me to do a second book project in an again specific time frame of my current position. And I work on queer unmade television. So that's going to be a monograph in 5 to 6 years, probably. But that's the thing I also should be focusing on. I was supposed to go off doing archival research right now, which didn't work out for various reasons, but it's been postponed to next year. So I will hopefully next year do more of my archival work for this project and start actually reading on this, because all the other projects were keeping me too busy to do so. But I keep doing Disney studies as well, just because I'm now someone that people come to for Disney stuff, journalists as well. And Peter Bryan and I are doing the Disney studies area at PCA. We first did it this year, when unfortunately we're still online. But that also meant a lot of people were submitting, obviously, that couldn't have attended in person. So the Disney Studies area exists, and as I said, there's the centennial of the Walt Disney Company, so there will be more stuff in that context. We're probably also doing a special issue for Journal Together, probably Journal of Popular Culture, actually. So it's stuff like that, but I'm trying not to take on any more massive projects.
I mean, let's take a second just to give you your flowers there again, which is a term I do like. You've got 3 books with Intellect alone since 2016. You know, one's published and award-winning. You know, the other's about to hit the shelves, and I'm certain will also be award-winning. And then we have this fantastic look at music and culture in New York coming a few years down the line, and I'm sure the peer reviewers are going to have some really interesting points to say, but also a lot of things to celebrate there too. And we're not the only company you work with, and so it's fantastic. And I just think you should take a minute just to revel in your own successes, and also it's a great, I think, example for people who are trying to enter this murky world of academia, or to try and get their first book or article published. I think it's great to see a young dynamic leader, you know, who can help demystify that process. So well done, you.
Thank you. And where are the frivolous questions you promised? Where are my frivolous questions?
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I'll tell you what, no, I think actually, I wanted to ask you, you seem, every time I see you on social media, when you're not, you know, going viral because of your tote bag collection, I seem to see you somewhere on the high seas with some superstars. What's that all about? Because it's not just Disney, is it? You seem to be a bit of a Star Trek, a bit of a Trekkie too, from my understanding.
Yeah. So I mean, as I said, the Radochant book I did was the Radochant book of Star Trek. So there's that. I've also done an edit collection with my friend Mareike Spichala on Star Trek Discovery.
Okay.
And because we did the book on Star Trek Discovery like really early on, after like the first season of that show had concluded, they're now in its fourth. We were like, oh, let's do an edited collection of this because we were obsessed with the show. And because we were doing it, we were going to conventions also in Germany where Star Trek is really big, and there's a bunch of sci-fi conventions, but then also in the UK or in the States. And we went on Star Trek the cruise together in 2019, and then basically since there actually was one in 2020 right before the pandemic fully hit, and then it was paused, and then this year there was another one. But because of this book really and this work, I've actually made friends among like Star Trek actors. So now going on a Star Trek cruise, I've been going to actually hang out with some of these people, and one of these Star Trek actors is Anthony Rapp, who's also been one of the original cast members of Rent, which is why I got to interview him about Rent for the New York book. So it's all these these connections you started making, and Ken Mitchell, who played several Klingons on Star Trek Discovery, who unfortunately was diagnosed with ALS in 2019, and his health has rapidly declined since, but we've become quite good friends as well, and he's a really cool, he's one of the best of us, and I'm gonna be very sad when he'll move on somewhere else. But yeah, no, there's been some amazing opportunities really because of academic work, which doesn't always happen.
Well, I guess I should end on if you want a frivolous question, I guess I should end on another frivolous Star Trek question then. You've highlighted Discovery, that's with Janeway, is it? That's the
Discovery is Michael Burnham. That's the new one. Janeway is Voyager.
Voyager.
I grew up with.
I'm getting my my space shuttle / Star Trek vessels mixed up. Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you two, but kind of the same question, but you might have a different answer. So, number one, who's your favorite captain? And number two, do you have a particular favorite series? Not the films, but the series. Is there a particular series?
Who's my
and
favorite
why?
captain?
Yes.
Probably still Janeway, yes, because I grew up with her, and obviously as a woman, always great.
A strong female leader.
Yes. And however, I did really enjoy for the one season he was doing it, Jason Isaacs as Gabriel Lorca, who, like, spoiler if you have not seen Discovery, ends up being a baddie. Which, you know, when you cast Jason Isaacs, what did you think you were gonna get? But who's one of my favorite actors who I've also met a few times, and because of all of this, played tennis with Jason Isaacs. But no, so yeah, I just really enjoyed his performance. But as a captain, like Janeway, definitely. And yeah, as a favorite series, definitely also Voyager. Probably and Discovery will always be really, really special to me because I basically met the whole cast at this point and became friends with some of them. So it's really hard not to say it's Discovery.
Well, I hope some of them are watching this, and we'll repost it so we can build more success stories. Well, look, Sabrina, I think that's about all the time we have for today. So thank you so much for joining us again on In Conversation. It's great to celebrate you, and you know, a few years down the line since we first had you on In Conversation, and I think the world's in a better place. At least it's trying to be. So
We'll see.
But yeah, thanks again for your time and for all your input and insight. And best of luck with all the forthcoming projects. And of course, if anyone wants to find out a bit more about Sabrina and the work she's already done and the work she continues to undertake, a good place to start would be www.intellectbooks.com, where you can check out her work on Disney. And of course, we have other things coming, so watch this space. But are there any other websites that would be, you know, or anything like your Twitter, anything you want to shout out that might be good?
Yeah, my Twitter is still my main thing. I still don't have a professional website. It might change when I finally have some time to do something like this. But my Twitter is just my name, S_Mittermeier. You will find me.
Brilliant. Okay, well, on that fine note, thanks again for your time. It's been great chatting. Cheers. Nisha, hi. Welcome to In Conversation. It's great to see you. How's it going?
It's going well, James. Good to see you as well.
Well, look, I really do appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining me. Where are you calling in from? I can see that, like, it looks like you're in a hotel room maybe, and I know that we're having a few issues with the Wi-Fi today, but I think that's for good reason.
Well, I hope it stays stable enough for us. I'm calling in from Chisinau in Moldova at the moment, and I'm here on a humanitarian mission to support a number of shelters that with a group called Campfire, and it's an organization that provides social and emotional support through the arts to communities who are forcibly displaced.
Wow. So what does that entail while you're over there?
Well, I mean, I know that we're having a conversation around gender equality, and I have to say that, this war, the war in Ukraine, and wars in general have an undue impact on women. Of course, when we're talking about gender equality, we're talking across genders. But, in the work that I'm doing here, we can see an undue impact, certainly on mothers and children, because it's mothers and children who are at the moment struggling to relocate themselves, resettle themselves, find a way to continue their lives, the lives of their children in school and work and so on. Of course, it's had an impact across entire families and communities as well, but this is what I'm faced with here. And the work involves a lot. I mean, it involves working in partnership with groups that are helping people to get resettled or to return home if that's the case, or to seek out legal status or continuity in all of the ways that I've just mentioned. The role that I play with the group that I'm with is to provide opportunities to rekindle a sense of connection with each other, a sense of imagination and hope and creativity. A lot of my research has to do with the health benefits of the arts, drama therapy, being a great example of that. How do we, what is it that theater does? What is it that theater processes do to help us feel more alive, more joyful, more hopeful than perhaps we once did? And that's a bit of the work that we're doing here.
Well, thank you. Again, I really appreciate you joining us today, as I know you surely must be very busy. Of course, I know you through your work with Intellect as the principal editor of Intellect's Drama Therapy Review. And of course, you're also based at NYU. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your role at NYU? Because I understand you're a director of quite an important program. If you could tell us a little bit about that, that'd be a great place to start.
Sure. I direct the program in drama therapy in the NYU Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. And I also direct our Theater and Health Lab, and I'm founder of our Arts and Health Initiative across NYU, which brings together different schools and disciplines who are all committed to examining pedagogy, practice, policy, and research on the health benefits of the arts.
Wow. And how has that led to where you are right now in Moldova? Are they connected?
It's connected in the sense that one of my areas of focus has to do with communities who have experienced forced displacement. My own family had, gone through that. We're actually in the 75th year of the partition of India and Pakistan. And my mother, having been born during the year of partition, has lived through that reality. My immediate, or rather my mother's, one generation back lived the experience of being refugees for 3 years as a result of that partition before resettling in Malaysia and later in Canada. And so issues that interlink gender equality, issues around legal status and a sense of belonging, have sort of been a through line throughout all of my work.
Okay, wow. And I was interested, you were involved in the Healing Arts New York program as well. Could you tell us a little bit about that and what that entailed?
Sure. So Healing Arts New York was an initiative that was put together by an organization called Culture Runners in partnership with NYU Arts and Health at NYU and the World Health Organization. Arts and Health Initiative. So the World Health Organization put out a report in 2019 documenting the health benefits of the arts. It was the first report of its kind. It was a scoping review that took a look at 900 studies that represented about 300 primary studies. So some of them were systematic reviews or scoping reviews in and of themselves. I'm going totally down an academic rabbit hole here. I'll pull
That's quite all right. That's what we're here for.
But just to say that that event was about spotlighting organizations, policymakers, practitioners, researchers who are doing the work, who are helping us understand how the arts can help to promote our health and well-being or manage or treat symptoms, whether they be physical or psychological, or even social symptoms of distress. Inequality, injustice is a social ill, as I would see it.
Oh, you've mentioned sort of arts and health, and of course drama therapy. For anyone listening who's maybe not as in tune with those ideas and concepts, can you just tell us a little bit about maybe your own research in those areas, and what kind of like the studies kind of, and what is drama therapy?
Sure. Drama therapy is the intentional use of theater-based processes to facilitate therapeutic change. So when we think about theater, we might think of a number of different building blocks. It certainly involves pretend play or the imagination. We could think about role play or acting, or we could think about watching or witnessing a piece of theater. So all of these processes show up in drama therapy, and we use them differently to facilitate different kinds of physical change or psychological change within a therapeutic relationship. So there are a number of different approaches that practitioners might use. They might use theater of the oppressed techniques or playback theater techniques, or they might be trained in role theory, role method, a number of different approaches that drama therapists have developed over the years to facilitate this work. Some folks may be more familiar with art therapy or music therapy. So drama therapy is part of a family of creative arts therapies.
Well, that seems like a really nice juncture to lead on to the journal itself. So Drama Therapy Review, of which you're the principal editor. So that's a fairly prominent leadership position in itself. I'm sure that comes with some challenges. So what kind of challenges do you find you have to resolve as a principal editor of a peer-reviewed journal?
I mean, I would say that my role as a principal editor is phenomenally eased by the fact that I work with an extraordinary team of people who actually identify as women. So it's an all-women team at the moment of a associate editor, a managing editor, and a communications lead. I'll name them Christine Mayer, Angel Cook, and Akila Kana. All extraordinary team members who uplift this journal and bring it from issue to issue. Anyone who edits journal knows that the production process, you're really birthing one issue at a time, and it's a significant effort to identify and nurture emerging researchers in the field as well as established voices, and to find a way to speak to the matters of this moment, to speak to this moment. So the way that we do that in this journal is to allow for one general issue every year to keep room for that, for research that's arising, in the moment, and then to always preserve one issue as a special issue where we can really focus in on racial justice, for example. So our current special issue that we are in the process of editing now has to do with resistance and resilience amongst BIPOC communities and how drama therapy aids in that effort. And it's actually going to be guest edited by two wonderful scholars in the field, Britton Williams and Rufilwe Lepere. It's actually a cross collaboration between the United States and South Africa.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the journal and about some of these forthcoming themed and special issues, but I just want to tap into something you've just said there. You've got an all-female lead in terms of the cast of people responsible for the journal. Is that quite rare? And do you think that opens up interesting possibilities for you?
I mean, it hasn't always been that way. It is that way right now. I don't know if I can't with any accuracy say how common it is. I will say that I'm very grateful for this team. The fact that they all identify as women is a truth. It's accurate, and at the same time, I I can't make any claim as to, to what degree that makes a difference, because we've had, great folks on the team who've also identified as men and identified otherwise. So I will just, I'll just say I'm grateful for the team.
Yeah, and of course, we're celebrating female academics, especially in leadership positions, and we have a wealth and depth of incredible team members who work across a range of our journals. So that's something we want to shout out today, for sure. And with regard to your own journal, what else do you have on the horizon in terms of special themed issues, and where can people find out a little bit more? I assume you've probably got a call for papers that are up and about.
Well, we're going to be putting up a call for papers for our next special issue, which will be due, it'll come due August 1st of 2023, and that will focus on disability justice. And, I know we're talking about gender equality as part of this conversation, but we know that when we're talking about gender equality, it is interlinked with disability justice, it's interlinked with racial justice. So when we take on a special issue and when we spotlight disability justice, we're also linking it to existing struggles, to other struggles. So this has been really a critical issue in drama therapy and in any discipline that is locating itself within the helping professions. There has been such a significant movement amongst people who identify as living with a disability to really help, to articulate for themselves and to also help others understand what it means to work in dignity and with respect, and in a way that is really about co-production. It's about coming to terms with what the goals of the work are and moving forward, towards those goals together. So I'm really looking forward to that issue. It's also going to be guest edited by a number of wonderful colleagues. Right now, we're still putting together that theme, or rather that team. But it's one that we look forward to. So that one will be up on our website, on the Intellect site for Drama Therapy Review soon.
And I would urge everyone to go and check out Drama Therapy Review at www.intellectbooks.com. And of course, you can find out a lot more about the journal, but you can also download a free issue, of course, as well. So definitely go and check that out. Have an actual read and look at all the different abstracts for different published articles that have already been presented over the years so far. But we're very much looking forward to the next special issues that are coming up. You've kind of highlighted where some of that information is available, but if someone was interested in submitting to this journal or to a journal in general, in a nutshell, do you have any top tips, any advice for people who this might be their first foray into submitting an article to a peer-reviewed publication?
Well, I know, I can speak on behalf of our team in saying that we aim to be very accessible, and I would encourage anyone who's thinking of submitting to a journal for the first time to reach out to the editor, the managing editor, or somebody on the journal staff to find out more about, the topic that they're interested in writing about, or to gauge interest in that topic, or, just take a look at the submission guidelines that might be available on that journal's website to get a sense of the kinds of different submissions that they accept. And of course, read an issue of the journal to get a sense of the kind of material that's published in that journal. And don't be afraid to ask for help. I find that, we've played, some of our work really just involves walking with contributing authors as they prepare for the study that they're going to do, and as they shape their final submission.
Thank you very much. I think that's all very, very good advice. And of course, if people have any additional questions, they can always reach out to Intellect staff as well. So you can find more information on our website, which is again intellectbooks.com. And of course, your editorial team have all their details there as well. So you can even speak to the editors directly. And I would definitely advise people to reach out and ask any questions. Definitely a good bit of advice. I wanted to ask a little bit more about leadership though, and I just wanted to ask you what do you think are important traits in an academic leader that maybe you try to have yourself, or that you see in others around you?
Important traits in an academic leader. Wow. Well, I think the capacity to listen has been pretty key.
Yeah.
That um, being able to remain receptive to the ideas and the leadership of others on my team, whichever team that is, has been paramount to my own leadership. That we mutually support one another. So it's a relational approach to leadership, I would say, and finding teams or finding networks where I can also find mentorship. And I would say NYU's been really good about creating those kinds of mentorship opportunities for faculty who identify as emerging scholars, for faculty who identify as women, for faculty who identify as people of color, that there have been these mentorship networks that have been created, both informal and formal, to support growth, to support opportunities for leadership and greater responsibility. I would say that we still have a ways to go there, but that's going down another path. But in terms of being a good leader, being a good listener, being aware of and capable of change is really important.
Well put, and diplomacy apparently. So yeah, it's a good. I also wanted to ask you if you might have any advice for, especially maybe women who are trying, they're just entering academia, they maybe identify as early career researchers, but perhaps they're looking to become a dean or to become an academic leader, or to have an administrative role. Do you have any advice? So, if you went back to day one and someone would give you that bit of information, that bit of advice, what would it be?
To seek out those role models and go talk to them.
Oh, brilliant, well put. And how about you personally? Did you have any of those role models when you were sort of growing up as an academic?
Yeah, I mean, my first theorist would be my mother. She's the primary theorist, right? She's the one who introduced me to a view of the world, a theory of change, what matters, and that it takes some time to understand that is in fact theory. That is in fact a philosophy that one is bathed in, from one's early years. And she taught me the value of independence, leadership, the ability to stand on my own 2 feet as a woman in the world. And I've had some extraordinary mentors in my life, people who identify as men and women. Yasmin Giovanni, who is somebody who whose literature I came to know as I was doing my doctorate. She was also a professor at Concordia University in Montreal in communications, media studies, who wrote some extraordinary work around violence against women, women of color. Sandra Crosby, who's a more recent colleague who I've worked with through the Harvard program in refugee trauma, an extraordinary leader who's done such groundbreaking work on trauma and on work with displaced people. Hadar Lubin, who's the co-director of the Post-Traumatic Stress Center in New Haven, an extraordinary leader in mental health and social change, social justice, and her husband, of course, David Reed Johnson, who's an extraordinary mentor. So I've had some wonderful people to look up to, and that has made a great difference in my life. Yeah.
And finally, what's next for you? What's on the agenda? Are you writing? Are you producing? Because I know you're obviously a producer and still a dramatist.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm here doing this work on the ground in the field in Moldova, so I'm still active in direct practice. And then in terms of my work, yes, you're absolutely right. I direct a program, I direct a research lab, I oversee initiatives. So there's a lot of administrative oversight and production that goes into those kinds of roles. In terms of creative work, I've been blessed to be involved with at least one creative production per year. Over COVID, that has really taken the form of more film work. Actually, we've engaged with filmmakers and film editors to take our theater-based work and move it into onto the screen. And it's been very experimental and with varying degrees of success. But success in drama therapy is not really measured in the same way way you would measure commercial theater. You're really looking at what matters to the people involved. It's a relational aesthetic. It's a relational measure. But one of the pieces that we created recently had to do with it was a piece that was the drama therapist who directed it was Armand Vocas, a colleague from San Francisco, and the filmmaker that was involved was Jesse Bonnell. It's a piece called Behind Blue Sky, and it examines the experience of New Yorkers post 9/11, 20 years later, through the lens of 7 drama therapists who were in New York City at the time, or were about to move, had just moved, who also identifies folks of color. And so we were, the film explored both somatically and physically what the imprint was of 9/11. So there are passages of the film where they are being led by Armand through kinesthetic processes, movement processes to look at that physical imprint. And then there are pieces of interviews with other New Yorkers who speak to that legacy, and that we, Jesse helped us shape that as a short documentary, which recently won Best Short Documentary at a Romanian film festival, Feel the Real Film Festival, and also had an honorable mention at the Prague International Film Festival, as well as winning Best Black Lives Matter film at the Amsterdam International Film Festival.
Wow.
So it did reasonably well. And, again, also links together these struggles around racial justice, gender equity, issues related to global dynamics of power, that all of that is interlaced in a project like that. So that's one that was recent. We're working on new productions every year that take up interesting themes that are very connected to what we've been talking about. And I've been very grateful to be able to stay active as a creative producer in these roles.
Well, Nisha, that's a lovely place to end, and some really thoughtful points today. So thank you so much for your time and for joining us here on In Conversation. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dori. Welcome back to In Conversation. I'm so glad that you've been able to join us today. So we are celebrating female leaders in higher education as part of our broader celebrations of Women's Equality Day. Now, you've had quite a few different roles within higher education. So I just wanted to ask you about some of your experiences and some of those roles today. You've definitely got a lot of experience, and I know that you're currently a dean, and you're the dean of the Faculty of Design at OCAD University in Toronto in Canada. But I know that you're also a public intellectual, an educator, an academic leader. I know you're a writer because you publish various things with Intellect. How do you fit it all in, first of all? And how does that affect you as a leader?
Okay. So I guess I've always had great opportunities to demonstrate leadership, and let me try to go linear, but sort of answer the question this way. Like, for me, leadership is just sometimes having the ability to see possibilities that others can't see. And then by showing them the possibilities, oftentimes they want to follow you because you're the ones who've kind of opened up what they can do and how they can find their place in it. So I think it's important to say that to that extent, so much of all of my experiences that I've had, my experiences as an anthropologist, my experiences as a designer, and what I draw from anthropology is the ability to understand people and how they find their alignment with something that is bigger than themselves, right? What I draw from design is the ability to communicate and to see what those possibilities are. And so I'd say by my background as a design anthropologist, it's put me in a very unique position to pull all of those things together in order to show people this is possible, to be able to tell the stories and communicate this is what it might look like. But in order to complete the vision, we need you to engage and participate because you need to define what it looks like for you. So all of my background, my ability to write, and sometimes that's the best way to express it, my ability to visualize, my ability to storytell, my ability to emote in some ways, in terms of being able to give people a feeling of what that potential could be. All of those things I think have come into play to enable me to be a effective leader for certain kinds of changes that you want to make in an institution, or for me, it's like the kind of changes you want to make in the world.
That's awesome. So you have all these different backgrounds and all these different experiences, and that certainly sounds like it's made up what you believe to be a leader, and then how you go about leading a department and being a dean within the faculty.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I use all my skills every day, because 90% of what I do is understanding people and what are their motivations and what are their what is it that, again, they see as possibilities for what the future of design should be, what the future of education should be, what the future of the world should be. And so as a good anthropologist, like I'm digging deep ethnographically, having meetings with them, attending them, paying attention, listening to what they say, even if they're ranting when they're saying it, so that I know not just what's important to them, but I know the depth, right, of its meaning for them. And so that when I go into a room, which is the other part of my job, and are asked to make decisions on behalf of students, faculty, staff, I can make the decisions with the confidence that I understand what is important and meaningful to the communities, right? For me, the communities that I'm representing in that space, in that decision.
So for anyone out there who doesn't really know what a dean does, I think that's I think you've that's a pretty a good sort of like explanation. But you're kind of a facilitator, right? You have a lot of power. You're connecting people. You can sign off on things. So is that kind of the just tell us a little bit more about your role?
Yeah. So the power only comes in where I have the ability to say no and something not happen. And that's a very it's so again, this is the part, like, as a Black woman or a racialized woman or a woman of color, that's one of the things that is hardest to get used to, because in some ways, as you move into real power, not just influence, right, but real power, that there's a distrust that we have of power. Because most of the time, our experiences of power is used against us. So actually, it's been a bit of an adjustment for me when I first started leading OCAD, which is, I think, my first real position of power, where it's like, if I'm in a room and I say, no, I don't think this should happen, it's actually not going to happen.
Right.
It took maybe like my first year to really get used to understanding that having that kind of power isn't a negative thing, but it's actually something that allows you to protect those who might be marginalized by a decision that is happening in the room. And so it is very important to claim that space of real power in order for you to be able to protect people, in order for you to advocate for people, in order for you to stop decisions being made that might be harmful to people.
So that's really interesting, like, way of looking at like your relationship or potential relationship with power. Mm-hmm. But as a dean as well, once you've attained that position and that power, it's only for a short window, right? It's for several years. 5 years maybe, is it?
Yes, I have 5 years, and then 5-year opportunity for renewal. Which means you have to be very efficient and effective. Like, one of the things we do talk about when I first came in, like they talk about when you have an election, you have the first 100, right? And there was the same sort of thing where people were telling me, like, Dori, you have 3 months in which you can break anything and people will let you. And then they were also generous to say, and here's a few things that we would actually like for you to bring to the fore as the new person coming in, asking questions, getting us to open up our way of seeing and doing things, because we've been here for a while and we haven't been able to tackle them. But because you are new in this position of power, people will be willing to entertain rethinking these things, because they're trying to find in some ways a way to accommodate you and what your leadership would mean to the institution. So first 100 days, I like went in, and in some ways just like trying to break down a lot of things. And some of it's just innocent, like, why is it that we're in meetings where we are trying to figure out the process of decision making while we're trying to make the decision? These things probably should be separate, and this process of decision making is something that we should do all the time. Or, the big question I came in is, why is it that we have 0 Indigenous and Black full-time faculty? It's probably something that we should address really quickly as an institution, because it's been 140 plus years, right?
Yeah, and of course, and where the university is as well, it's on stolen land, isn't it? Effectively,
Yes.
That's very important for you to represent the Indigenous peoples and the land that the university is on. I know that's something that OCAD and a number of other universities do really try to do. And again, in addition to that as well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you were the first Black dean of any school or faculty of design anywhere. Which is well, number one, it's obviously an amazing achievement, but number two, highly concerning as well. And it sounds like you're in the process of trying to resolve some of the situations that have led to that.
Yeah. Well, and again, it was really interesting because again, OCAD was like the 11th job that I applied for that year as a dean, like mostly looking at decanal positions. And it was one of those things when I was going through processes of interviewing and realizing that, like, wait, is there any other person who's done this before, right? And so I went and actually again, I'm a scholar, so I did a lot of research, right? So I was like, okay, well, first let me just, started with Google, didn't find anything there. I actually then started going okay, where are there large Black populations, right? So it was like, okay, the UK has a fairly sizable Black population. Let me just go through the websites actually of the universities to see if I can match, right? And figure out people there. Or then I was like, well, what about in Africa? And again, so in Africa, there aren't a lot of design institutions. There's art institutions, there's architecture institutions. There aren't a lot of design institutions. And the one that I knew, Ziva, wasn't a formal faculty of design, right? I was like, okay, let's go to the Caribbean. Same situation where there aren't a lot of design institutions. There's art, there's architecture, but there isn't formal design. Again, all the ones in Asia I knew, because when I lived in Australia, we spent a lot of time in Asia. I knew there weren't any in Australia because that's where I was previously working. And so as I'm going around all the sort of different places in the world, I'm realizing oh, this might be very real. I even went back historical. I went to look at Jet Mag, the archives of Jet Magazine, because Jet Magazine in particular, if there's normally in North America some Black accomplishment, it's normally printed in Jet Magazine, right? There have been Black heads of architecture and design at historically Black universities, but again, no standalone design anywhere. So it's very interesting. So when I came to OCAD and I said, actually, this is a reality. I'm the first Black and Black female dean of a faculty of design anywhere in the world. They were a little bit skeptical, right? But then when I show them here's what's happening in Africa, here's what's happening in the Caribbean, here's what's happening in North America, here's what's happening in Asia, they were able to say, okay, what that is, and then what does that mean? And the thing that it's meant is that me as a leader being authentic to who I am is extraordinarily important for anyone who wants to again, be who they are and step into leadership, right? It also meant that I had to be highly visible because I needed the next generation to see what it meant to be a Black woman in this field of design at this level of influence and power. And so that's why I have like an active social media presence, which again, for universities, actually, Dean having an active social media presence is not always seen as a positive thing, right? Yep. But it was very important for me in terms of being authentic. So having a platform to show authentic leadership, having a platform in which people can see me every day in the work of being a dean. So what I posted is dean drag every day. And by doing that, I show what I'm wearing. And what I'm wearing is, again, authentically connected to who I am. So I might be wearing a suit, but the skirt of the suit might be from, an African print or some textile that I brought from India from my anthropological studies, right? So it's all authentically related to representing all of who I am. And then I describe why I'm dressed that way in terms of the activities I'm doing for that day. So I'm meeting with faculty, I'm meeting with students, I'm meeting with an industry partner, I have a board meeting. I've been asked to join this board. I have a committee meeting, which is one of my 5 committee meetings this week, so that anyone who's aspiring to be a dean in a faculty of design at least knows exactly what that job looks like, and then knows in some ways that they can represent themselves authentically as they enter into those spaces, right?
Oh, there's so many questions coming from this, but there's a few. It sounds like as a Black woman, there's additional challenges there for you that you wouldn't be expected of, say, a white man in the same role. And some of those, that sounds like, are things that you want to present, but also that there is almost like an expectation from allies, but also from people that you feel you're representing to be authentic. So tell us a little bit about some of those challenges.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I see them. So the beautiful thing about being the first and the only, but hopefully not only very long, but the first at least, is that there's no template. Right. So I already knew from my previous leadership experiences. So I've been an associate dean, I led the U.S. National Design Policy Initiative. So I've had enough leadership experiences to know that I cannot walk into the room as a 65-year-old white male who's, 6 foot tall and 50 years of age. Like, I already figured out that I couldn't do that. So for me, it was mostly that not having a template meant I can actually be authentically who I was. Now, I would say that was a challenge for the institution, but I constantly reminded the institution is that, like, being the first one, that means you don't know what it means to have a person like me in the institution. I'm learning what I want to be institution. So we need to go on this journey of learning and trust together. My leadership looked different. And again, like, we had a, white, Jewish, queer woman as a leader at OCAD and Dr. Sarah Diamond. And so it wasn't like too far away, like, Sarah was a fashionista, so that gave me permission to be a fashionista, right? Again, like, her being a queer Jewish woman, she enters spaces that, again, help me see and understand that I will have to enter these spaces in a different way. So I don't need to try to assimilate to a model of leadership that says I have to be stoic as opposed to expressive, that I have to be, that I can't come in wearing bright yellow suit as opposed to a gray suit, that I can, and the beautiful thing about being a dean of design is that people gave me permission to do that. So I used to walk around with these sparkly glitter shoes.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things I went to, and this is like where I realized, like, hey, the power of representation and authenticity, because I was asked to be an external external examiner for a master's degree student, not at my university, another university. And she said to me afterwards, like, she was super nervous because, again, this is a student who had needed me as an external examiner because she didn't have anyone on her committee who represented, so this is a Black woman, right? So who represented her, or even was really understanding her project, right? And she said, you walked in with these glitter shoes. And I think I was wearing my grandmother's fedora hat. And she said, I instantly knew I was going to be okay, that I could do this, right? So in that sense, like, understanding that I have to come into leadership about who I am. So I dance, so you will see me dance. And I ran, for the first 3 years or so, like, plaza dances. So on every Tuesday at 11 o'clock, I led dance at the university for an hour. That I'm a person who, again, travels a lot, and so you get to see all my travels. That I'm a person who, again, loves style and fashion, and you see collaborations that I've done with fashion designers. So, working closely with Haute Couture when I needed to do something gala. At the same time, you might see me at, Value Village and the thrift store because I want to be more sustainable, right? So in all these ways, just trying to, as much as possible, be who I am and show that to people as it's connected to the work that I do, was really, like, that's how I chose to engage in leadership in a different way, right? So approaching things with a greater sense of transparency and vulnerability, and trusting that I give people the information and help frame it for them to understand that they can collectively participate in making decisions instead of keeping them out because I'm worried they're going to disagree with what I'm going to say, right?
That's very interesting. And do you find that authenticity then is helping you with your agenda, helping you open doors, and generally it's being well received by the sounds of it?
Yeah, and actually I just was having lunch with a faculty member today who was saying, for the most part, like, thank you for being you, because you've given me the courage to be me, right? You've given, like, they were describing how, like, their confidence has grown, their sense of leadership has grown in the institution because, and that they know that I'm there, and they know that I kind of represent a kind of authenticity and care, and but also can, like, strategic forward thinking in terms of how we move collectively, that they feel like they're operating within the space that I've co-created with them, and they can feel that space with who they are, with all of who they are. And so that I hear from students, I hear it from, my faculty member, I hear it from my staff. So I think of, everyone thinks about, like, the external stuff that I've done in the sense of, like, oh yeah, she's had these amazing cluster hires. But for me, the way that I know that the work that I've done is been successful is how many people come to me and say, because of the work that we've done as a community, I feel I can bring all of who I am into the space, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, speaking about some of the work that you're doing, what's on your agenda? What are you trying to achieve right now? Is there some real change you're trying to achieve at OCAD?
Yeah, we're kind of, it's interesting where the thing that we've been focusing on is, like, a critical mass of diverse faculty. And we're to the point where, like, we're getting, I think, like, we've now gone in the last 5 years from 0 to 6 full-time Black faculty over the last 5 years. We've gone from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Indigenous faculty. We've doubled the number of full-time BIPOC faculty. Well, POC faculty, so people of color, Asian, South Asian, et cetera, Latinx, and we've had so many people, women, racialized women, move into leadership within the institution. And this is, again, lots of things that have been done in other faculties, you know, previously, but for the Faculty of Design, the last 5 years have been super accelerated in terms of the kinds of transformations that has happened. Like, so for me, we're at the point, like the threshold for our target for critical mass of diversity is about 60%, because that's close to what our student population is. And I feel like in most of my programs after this last round of hiring that we're going to be doing for the 2022-2023 academic year, that we will be in at least 5 of my 6 programs, we will be probably at 50 or 60% Indigenous and or racialized faculty.
Well, I mean, that's a huge achievement. And well, today is partly about giving you your flowers and providing a platform for female leaders in academia to discuss about to celebrate some of their successes. And I think that is a great example of that. Do you think that all those successes, I mean, obviously are linked with you and you being at the helm, but do you think there's a zeitgeist shift there that's helping enable you to achieve these results, or are you still fighting tooth and nail? Are you still experiencing a lot of resistance, I suppose?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, like the first 2 years were extraordinarily difficult because in some ways I was pushing, there were strong allies. So again, to understand, you know, like my relationship or my tenure here at OCAD University is OCAD University, and the call for the dean was asking for a dean to quote unquote help facilitate decolonization and Indigenous revitalization. I think it was the term that they were using. And so they knew what they wanted. And because I had done work in Australia, particularly working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in curriculum, you know, I was the person who was in many ways most qualified for the job. I say this to say is that like OCAD had called for someone like me to do the work. Which is, I think, an important part of why we've been able to accelerate these processes compared to other places. Because at every point, I can remind the institutions, like, this is what you've said you wanted. Now, I'm just giving you what you want. Now, you may have anxiety about that. There, you know, and I always said in this process, I am happy to slow things down, but I'm not going to stop because you asked me to come here and help you do this work, right? So the first years was really difficult. And I say there was, so the thing is like resistance always feel like a very strong word, but there was resistance, but it always feels too strong because what it felt like was more people feeling anxious about how I would find my place if this happens, right? And so this is part of my work within that is showing them the possibilities of where they can fit into the work that's being done, right? That I always say, like, the work of decolonization is the work of white folks because they're the ones who set up those structures, right? So they are the ones who actually have to actively dismantle them. But for a while, you need Indigenous people, Black people, Asian people, Latinx people, Eastern people, to show you where in those structures it is causing them pain, right? And so we're in a wonderful place as an institution where I can rely on, and even to say allies is not the right word, right? It's like I can rely upon my white faculty, white staff, white administration to do their own work of understanding the ways in which the institutional structures impact others who are more vulnerable to the negative impacts of our processes, and they are able and willing to do their own work of dismantling those. So I can go into a meeting now, and I'm not the one who has to bring up the issues in terms of like what's going to be this impact decision on, on our queer community. What's the impact is going to be on our Indigenous community? That anyone now at that table might be the one to bring that up. And so I say it wasn't so much resistance, it was just people not understanding where they fit into the change. And so the work of a design as a work of a leader is to show people the different pathways they can take to find their own place, the change that's happening in the institution. And we still have some really small pockets of resistance. And so one of the things that I'm really focused on this year is to kind of work with some of those faculty members and administrators to help them find that their place. But I also have like amazing, wonderful stories from, some of, let's say, my white male faculty of a certain age who I thought might be, who, let's say in the beginning of this process were really anxious, who are now feeling revitalized by the changes that have happened in the institution, both in terms of like understanding the value of knowledge that they hold, but understanding how it could be more expansive and grow if you create space for our students or their colleagues to bring in different perspectives of what their knowledge could be and mean within the institution.
Now, obviously, within a Canadian academic institution, one would expect a lot of people to be involved in harm reduction. I think is the term that I hear used quite a lot, and you'd expect them as a demographic to be on board with all of these necessary changes. But as a design sort of thinker and someone who comes from that design background, do you think some of the things that some of the changes you're seeing in institutions can become kind of a microcosm or a blueprint for then being adapted into the wider world? Because I know you're interested in seeing change in the wider world.
Yeah.
But obviously we're slightly in a bit of a void when we work in academic institutions, because they are quite unique and often quite friendly to change and to new ideas. That's the whole premise of the places, right? Well, one would think, but yeah, do you think that the lessons you're learning and the changes that you're seeing in not only your faculty but in universities globally, do you think that becomes maybe a launch pad for kind of like thinking from a design perspective, especially to affect real change in the world?
Yes. And I'll give you a very concrete example. So again, one of the things that we had done at OCAD under my leadership is the cluster hire. So that's, again, how we got from 0 to 5 Black faculty members. So this happened a year before the murder of George Floyd, and I say that's the context because what it meant is that actually on the first day of protest around the murder of George Floyd, the day after that was the day in which we made the announcement of the results of our first Black cluster hire. So we had hired 5 new Black full-time faculty, addressing 144 years of zero representation, right? That announcement, in the context of that moment, the best way to say it is like wildfire, in the sense of other institutions now having a template for what they need to do. So within the month of us releasing this information of what it is, and again, I was sharing stuff with people because they were asking. It's like RISD announced their Black cluster hire of 10. Other institutions began to, in the field of, and again, not just in academia and industry as well. So particularly I feel like the advertising industry in North America really took this on. So they began to sort of ramp up their hiring, particularly of Black employees at all different levels of the organization. So it was a thing, and the couple of months ago, I had like a dinner with the president of George Brown University, and one of the things he was going through was just saying, Dori, if you don't know, he was listing like York University, RISD. He was listing all of these, Art Center, all of these different places that, because we at OCAD had the bravery in some ways to do this Black cluster hire, and we showed the possibility of doing it, making it less risky for both industry as well as for academia, that that had significant impact, right? And so a lot of the work that I do, like, again, it's about, I say the work that I do is about creating possibilities, and one of the best ways to create possibilities is to become a model of what is possible yourself. That's as an individual or as an institution, OCAD University becoming a model of what is possible, so that when someone is saying, let's make this change, and someone says, that hasn't been done before, it's like, well, actually, it has been done before. And because I did email Dori Tunstall afterwards, and she sent me all of the materials that they used to justify this and to structure this, I know exactly how it was done. And so let's then take this less risk for us to make this happen. And so, so for me, the best way I love to engage with leadership is to be and or to create sort of models of possibility for others to not follow in a direct way, because everything has to be specific to what's happening in your context, but to understand what were the key factors that allow for success in something, and then, how you can adapt those key factors to that context so that you can be successful. And that's what leadership is for me, and having an impact is for me in that way. So what I want to do next is, like, I think, at OCAD University, I think we've done a really good job of becoming that model. And the gap that I'm seeing that I might have to feel in the future is preparing a little more industry on to accelerate their process. And what I've been learning over the past year is that, I feel like at OCAD University, I've built up enough leadership internally or brought people in that there are people who can do the work that I'm currently doing at OCAD University to keep that momentum going. That I'm thinking that probably in a few years, the place where I can have the most impact as a leader is actually helping large corporations make these changes. Large, I say large, sort of tentpole corporations make these changes so that the impact of the change they have will change the whole field, right? And I can't talk about them, but I'm definitely involved in a couple of engagements right now that are at that level, which is helping me see the possibility of like what it means to be transforming, these large design companies.
Well, I wanted to ask you in relation to that, if there's anything you are working on that you would like to share or that you're able to share right now, anything that's exciting?
I'm working on lots of exciting things. I mean, the things that excite me right now the most is that the work that I'm doing with It's My Future Toronto, which is a program that we've put together for 8 to 12-year-old Indigenous, Black, and POC youth, working with the City of Toronto, Sid Lee, the advertising agency, Juliet, with the Globe and Mail, which is the largest sort of newspaper here in Canada. And it's taking 8 to 12-year-olds, giving them a immersion in design process as Imagine, Make, and Connect, and then having them connect to journalism. So in terms of printing, they created design, and then the Globe and Mail will help them write a story about the design they've created. Advertising, so we do an out-of-home and internet campaign about some of their ideas for changing the And then through policy, so we've connected with the City of Toronto, and so we partner with the Toronto Youth Council for the youth to present their design ideas to the Toronto Youth Council. So that's something I'm really excited about because it's creating the next generation of people who understand what possibilities are, and they're at the age where they think everything is possible.
Yeah.
So to create conditions in which they understand how to use the power of journalism, use the power of advertising, use the power of sort of policy and politics at that age, like we're creating a generation of leaders. And lead through design and design thinking and design making. So that's something that's, I have a bunch of my faculty that are involved in this as well. So I'm really excited about doing the second round of that because we're trying to scale up to be able to impact like 100 youth. So
yeah. I feel like I should just shout out the social studies program, SOL as in Solibus Hugh social studies program that I know is doing some really interesting work with kind of design, education and entrepreneurship, where they are going into sort of inner cities. They're trying to get kids who might not be particularly interested or know anything about design to realize that they do, because they are obsessed with trainers and sneakers, and they've got their own businesses because they're reselling, they're flipping these sneakers. So they are entrepreneurs already. They understand marketing. They understand all of these things. And I think it's the Pensol Collective are basically saying, well, look, you actually have all these skills. You just haven't, it's just about just putting that into practice in different ways. And I think there's a lot of things like that going on right now.
Yeah. So actually, the version of that happens in Canada is called Marked.
Okay.
And so, it's a thing where actually the first one happened at OCAD University. It was the first one, and it was my first day visiting OCAD where I got to see that event happen. So I would say that the work that we're doing around It's My Future Toronto is definitely kind of understood and influenced by some of that work, in the sense of like, it's not just about, people becoming like, just like to be a consumer, but to be a maker and to understand how you connect and can have impact in a whole entire field. So second thing that I'm actually really excited about is I have a book coming out. My book, Decolonizing Design, a cultural justice guidebook, is coming out in February 2023. And so I'm super excited about that in terms of some of the conversations that we can begin to have around what does it really mean to decolonize design in terms of putting Indigenous first, mantling some of our mythologies around what design is and modern design is, the work that's happening around diversity, equity, and inclusion that needs to include decolonization, and then how we create space for diverse histories of making and contemporary practices of inclusion of those things. So I'm excited about that because I'm hoping it opens up a lot of conversations in the design field.
Well, thanks for shouting that out, and congratulations. I can't wait to get a copy of that book myself. And for anyone who doesn't know, this idea of decolonizing design is something that you've worked on for a few years now, right? And something that you're kind of famous for, and very interesting, all the work that you've done on that. And it's kind of how we encountered each other was you edited the 20th anniversary issue of Art, Design and Communication in Higher Education, all about the theme of decolonization of arts education. So yeah, people should go on to Intellect and Intellect's website and check that out as well, the decolonization of arts education, which is a really important issue of one of our journals celebrating its 20th anniversary. And your book will be out in 2023?
Yep, February 2023.
And where can people get that or find more information?
Eventually it'll be my website, but for now it's being published by MIT Press. But if you Google decolonizing design and Dori, all the different areas, it shows up.
Well, and I should also say, if anyone's watching this, do go and check out Dori's website. And also, if you go onto YouTube, you can find lots and lots of wonderful talks that you've given at various universities on various different topics. Always very accessible and always extremely interesting. Well, today was about giving you your flowers and giving you a platform and to celebrate all your achievements, and great to see a lot of these things coming to fruition. So I just want to say thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And again, I do want to say, do check out the special issue, because there were so many, like, again, for me, what was exciting working on it is to hear directly from all over the world. I think, like, we had representation from New Zealand and Egypt and the US and India, like, to hear from all over the world the different ways in which people and institutions are decolonizing design. Very much grounded in their own histories, their own interests, and their own histories of colonization. So do check out the special issue, because I think if you're interested in that topic, it'll give you a global view of what is going on in terms of that work.